Welcome to a new wave of thinking. You're here with Akshita Veda L and El Yagar. It's we the people of the Empire of Nubia. Get ready to open your mind, sit back and unwind to take in the discussion, to prepare us to win. We are sovereign, we are law. We coming with concepts here that are fundamental building blocks, focusing on principles, thoughts, and beliefs. We're here to shake you up, to wake you up. Islamism. The masses are suffering with temporary mental illness of cognitive dissonance. Open up your mind. We are speaking from experience, various perceptions, while we maintain effective communication in the lines of respect. Our thoughts become connected through human cognition, which is the process of acquiring new information and understanding based on personal experience and relatable topics of discussion. We are the currency of the know, knowledge, wisdom through love, bringing peace, justice, and truth as we gain freedom. Freedom in the mind. Open up your mind. Freedom of the mind. It's divine. To be one in unity, togetherness, you and me, we become we, and we are the change that we want to see. It is our time now, so come and get ready as we bring a new wave of thinking. It's a new wave of thinking. New wave of thinking. Greetings in high heaven.
Islamism.
So this
I'm on
episode
I'm
21.
on Facebook.
Okay. Greetings to everybody on Facebook over there.
Episode 21. Yes, ma'am.
Episode 21. And we jumping into it, talking about InnerStanding, UnderStanding, and OverStanding.
Yes, ma'am.
Of minor and minority. And so this week, you were saying you have encountered some communications which has jarred this topic. So what you want to tell us about it? Like, what's up?
Okay, so not to beat a dead horse, but to hammer in the information. So there's a lot of talk going on. It seems like there's a lot of dirty Moors coming out of the closet, a lot of dirty teaching, a lot of misleading. And some of it, like I talked to a couple of the brothers, and they were misled, or they didn't have full understanding of what's being said, how it's being said. And it seems as if everyone wants to deny Prophet Noble Drew Ali his rights. We'll speak on Elijah Muhammad. We'll speak on this one and that one. But there was only one of us. And see, when it comes to like our mothers, our sisters, our daughters, when you talk about Prophet Noble Drew Ali, he then becomes your husband, your father, your uncle, your cousin. And when we talk about, he was the first one to drop this on us, to tell us to raise up our women. He did this 1913, 1929. He was the first one to tell us, oh, is she liking your hat? He was the first one to tell us the divine of our women and the divine of ourselves and put it down. Now, does that mean that no one else said these things or wrote a book or anything? No, that's not what we're saying. When we further it, Prophet Noble Drew Ali was the only one who said, stop calling yourselves Black and African American. You're your own nation of people. You're your own government of people. So anybody who came after 1929 talking about you Black and African American, and like we got the pictures of Elijah Blue, Elijah Poole, and Fard Muhammad standing behind Noble Drew Ali at the Science Temple in 13, between 1913 and 29. We have the big picture of all of them standing there. So it's not like they didn't know. So when they came out talking about message to the Black man and stuff, they went against the teachings. So when we talk about understanding, it's the understanding of self. When we talk about understanding, it's understanding self. And when we talk about overstanding, see, when I first heard those terms, and you look at the people who's bringing the message, that overstanding, some people were going too far with the overstanding in this world that we live in. But then Star Akshita, we discussed this. We may not always agree. And when I told her my perception of overstanding, she was like, yeah, but in overstanding, now you get to work it. Oh, okay, let me slow down on overstanding. Let me not diminish it so much. But I still don't want to overfill my cup, because then I have a mess. And so in our understanding, and overstanding, there's a mess being made that has to be cleaned up. And so let's just take this simple word, minor and minority. We think like we're the minority in this land because there's less of us. Hopefully we're all looking now, we see that that's not true. That minor and minority actually means that you are a ward of the state. You're a ward of the United States government. You're a ward. You belong to them. They get to choose and decide for you what it is that you want to do. And Prophet Noble Drew Ali, and now we are trying to show us, we're showing us, I'm take that word try out. We're showing us that this is a misconception of who we are, what we're supposed to be doing, how we're supposed to be doing it, where we're supposed to be doing it, and who we're supposed to be doing it for. Once we improve ourselves, we will improve the rest of the world. Once we come around and the men start acting like men and our side stars are acting like women, we will improve the rest of the world. If you go back and study us for who the Moors were, and let's not get lost on the word in particular, Moor, because Moor comes with a whole lot. Inside of that Moor, we touch all nations and levels of people. We travel all across this globe. Every land was conquered by the Moors. So when we start talking about we're Moors and we want to get back to our discipline, not civilization, we want to get back to our disciplines. This is our effort and our way of salvation, of saving ourselves and saving our children and our next generation. But we are not understanding all of the words that we are using to describe ourselves. And we're not understanding that by especially the dead horse, I don't want to beat him, but I need a hammer. Black, African American, Latino, Hispanic, Egyptian, Jamaican, Ethiopian, Caribbean, you are making yourself their property. And once you make yourself their property, no matter what religion you teach, because We Moors, we subscribe to all your religions. I was just asked the other day, why do you wear the cross and the prayer beads? Why do you wear both of them? Because there's truth in both of them. There is truth. Is it the total truth? Not to me. Not when they reference us as Black and African Americans. It can't be true. So I represent both of them. In some ways, people would even look at it, and if the Moors be truthful about it, people look at us and say we're pagans. And truth be told, and my brothers, in Owaspe, and brother Daryl Cosmon and Cosmon Cal, and Lazarus Lamel, the Messiah Code, they would label us all pagans for not following their way. Well, it's us who they made, who the rest of the world made the war on. And we have to understand, and overstand that in order to get us all to the next level. And so this right here, and then in the description, we wrote about the energies that we're all putting out. See, I don't want to sit around and argue with my brothers about these different things. We're supposed to discern what goes in and out of us, meaning that all right, so one of the things I read, and I just can't pull it up, but Prophet Noble Drew Ali did tell us to work with the medical system. I'm going to discern that. Should we be working with the medical system? If you didn't get the vaccine shot and I didn't, whoa, we're discerning that at this particular point in time, we shouldn't be working with the medical system in that way. But Prophet Noble Drew Ali told us to work with the medical system, right? We're building a government. Our government, just like all other governments, they come together at certain times to do science and all of these things, health and all that. We're supposed to be a part of that, working with them. So I know I didn't take the vaccination shot, and I'm not saying nothing about nobody who did, but I didn't take that thing. I discerned for myself that it wouldn't be wise. Did I go against Prophet Noble Drew Ali and what he taught? Not in my mind, not in my actions, because the number one he taught was to have the inner standing of self, to study self, to know self. So I didn't take it. Hopefully a whole bunch of you didn't take it. But whether you did it, I'm not arguing with you about that. What we are saying is this energy that's coming right now, and the way it just jumped down on Facebook and in the social media, there's something wrong. Something is going on right now. The energy is being corrupted. Because just 3 weeks ago, we were like uniting on something, and then all of a sudden, all these teachers started coming through and started hearing more. People are popping up more pages of Elijah Muhammad with the black man, the black man. We keep saying we don't use black man, so how are Moors utilizing black man in anything? You're going against the teachers. So this is where we're coming in, and we're trying to bring knowledge, wisdom, and understanding to these things so we can save ourselves and our people and get about this whole thing that we're doing on a different level. So at this moment, I'm a yield, and Sistar Rashida is going to take over.
Well. If you ain't say something then, the Moors that are using the term black when it is in the teaching that we are not to call ourselves black or African American or anything like that, Negro or black or whatever, right? So if that's in the teachings, then people are choosing what they want to teach and what they want to add. And we're not supposed to add anything that's already there unless for something like this we're moving forward and we're just latching on to, and we're adding our own division to what's already been created. So that's the addition. and everything we do over here cannot affect the foundation. That's just like you got a foundation, but you're gonna go and cut a hole in the middle of the foundation and put some sand and then build on that. Every time the wind blows, everything fall over and blow sand everywhere, dust storms and stuff. You're saying all, and you can't see. Now if you can't see clearly, you that's like, and then the people who can't see clearly be seeing the big stuff, and they want to go and, or they can find the little things, but they got so much stuff. Like this, like the story of sweep in front of your own porch before you worry about what somebody else is doing around the corner or across the street. And then not only that, don't worry about the speck in another person's eye when you got a big log hanging out your head. So the thing is why, that's a very interesting point, because now I'm like, why are they using the term black? Why? So you're a part of the corruption, and you're using the Moorish Science Temple of America namesake to continue driving the corruption into the masses of people who are looking for a way out. And they end up finding themselves right back into a situation where they are harmed or subjected to another form of slavery that they don't want to be a part of and don't know how to get out of. You know how many people have joined fraternities and sororities and different Masonic lodges and, you know, things like that, who get there, see what the rituals are, and they don't want to be there, but it's too late. It's too late. Now, guess what happens? They get targeted to do everything, to be to be, you got to touch, taste, and feel everything. Because if you try to run, we got your ass. So that's how the world operates, and that's the same thing that Jaguar Wright is bringing to light. And who's that other woman, Layla Willis? Okay,
Layla
Wills. Okay. And so these women are speaking out and talking about the things that have been pushed under the rug, but that's not what we were talking about. But it's still relevant. So I find it intriguing because I saw your post earlier about I think it was some days ago though. So all this friction has been coming over some days. Basically since our last show, right? Okay. So since our last show, it has been an uprise in intellectual property being spread across the internet. And now we ain't saying we started it. We just saying that we were speaking on some things that we hadn't been hearing, and now that we've spoken on it, it is being heard. But the way it's being presented is like it's new information, like it wasn't heard somewhere else first. And then not only that, you're not even telling the whole story or speaking the entire truth. It's like you want to be biased with the information. And that's where we get stuck, and that's where we are sick in the mind, because we're choosing our ignorance over new information and knowledge that was intended to help the process move forward for growth and development in whatever. Not to take the information and then twist and turn it and make it sound good for, you know what I'm saying, your audience, and then just don't even, because they, what they talk about, we don't want to give them that. That was everything. and all the resourceful information to go and do more research from. So instead of doing that, we ain't gonna talk about that. We gonna bring it up, and we gonna bring it up in the way we want to talk about it. And that's all fine and good. Just if you're gonna bring it up after it's been brought up, just let's. And we ain't talking about debating, but we can talk about it. We can converse and share information and share light, because isn't that what we're supposed to be doing? You know? Okay. So you said that you didn't want your cup to overflow. And I was thinking when you said that the cup must run over in abundance to serve the nation. Because if your cup does not run over, you don't have enough to give anybody else. You got to keep it all for yourself. And so this is something that I am literally in the midst of gaining understanding in my own life. I may have what you asking for, but if it's going to cause me to struggle to lend or to give to you, then I would be a fool. I don't care how much I love you. I'm not gonna allow you to put me on the street, or not have be able to put gas in my car, or put food on the table. You know what I'm saying? Or deal with an emergency. You never know what life will bring to you as a challenge, an obstacle, or a test. So if that's what I have because of my due diligence, why would I give it away? So I'm learning to stop being so nice and so giving. And I think, and that's the whole point. It's like, okay, so I feel bad because I'm saying no. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I'm feeling empowered because I'm saying no. Because there was a time I didn't know how to say no. I would just, well, that goes both ways, because I can go up and down. You know what I'm saying? With that, I've had points where I was just flat out, and I had points where I was just like, because you done got up in my heart. You know what I'm saying? You done got close to me, or I trusted you in your situation. That it didn't matter. I will offer, because I would think you would do the same thing for me. But come to find, all these years of doing that, all these years, I'm learning. People ain't gonna be like you to you. You can't see you in everybody. So I'm learning that. And so yeah. So basically the cup must run over so you can have enough for yourself, your family, and then for the nation. Right? Because if you put the nation before you, they'll consume everything faster than you can produce it. But if you begin to produce things, and it begins to produce in such numbers, then they can come and get their own. Right? If you want it, you can come and get it. It's enough for everybody. Come, but you have to come. You have to be willing to come. So misconceptions of who we are goes back to you Moors using the term of black and how they're teaching and using the information. You said we will improve the world if we start on self. I so agree with that. And it's just like everything starts with self. So if everybody's working on self, if you know that trash on the ground is going to create a problem for the ecosystem, and who we are in the ecosystem, all of it affects us. So if everyone would just use the trash can, I remember years ago, I was at church, and someone said, it seems like no change is coming. No change will come because people don't want to change. I was like, you want to know something? I said, I really truly believe that if we all just acted in love, that love is the answer to everything. If we all acted in love, even as much as picking up trash or not throwing trash on the ground, loving the earth, loving the ground that we live on, if we just do that, we would make a grand difference because we would care. And he act like he didn't understand what I was talking about. It was a foreign language, and this is someone who was an elder in the church. Someone every Sunday, good person. And that's how you know, that's how you can understand. You can go to church, you can praise the Lord, and still not make it to the other side. You done sat in the front pew your whole life. You was on the prayer team, everything. But your heart was heavy with anger, whether it's self-hate or hate for other things and other people, or just heavy, whatever that heaviness is, okay? Whatever that is, we must lay it down. And don't go back to pick it up to see if it's taken care of. Keep walking. Don't look back. Because why is you looking back? And do you want it? Because if you want it, you should have just stayed back there with it. Instead of lugging, you making your own self tired. Lug and stuff. Oh, I can remember. I remember through this journey that me and my daughters have been on, moving across the country with bags upon bags, and because we was all trying to hold on to so much, we moved so much, and had my daughters carrying my books and notebooks and all my writings because I refused to leave them anywhere because I felt like that was sacred work, and I could not leave it, and I couldn't. It was like it was like the energy was trying to get my work, to steal it from me so I wouldn't have any evidence of anything, that how I started and where I started. Everything is, you might as well say, is lost in a fire. So those things I was able to keep and hold on to most of it. I done lost some stuff now. I done lost some very valuable things. And in my mind of mind and my hearts of heart tell me that somebody, whoever got my stuff, felt, don't destroy this, keep it. They're going to see me. And the crazy thing is that someone already returned photos. That's how I got the photographs on my living room wall. Photos of me being pregnant, photos of my daughters at a younger age. You know what I'm saying? Just, it brought back so many memories. I have forgotten what it was like to be pregnant with them. You know what I'm saying? And that excitement that I felt, that joy that I felt. And I was reminded of all of that, after everything. That was like one of the greatest things that I could have received, is my photos back. So whoever got my storage returned my photos. And matter of fact, I probably need to call and see if they got some more. And then even in that process, someone said they were going to help me, and they stole my pictures. So I ain't going to say he stole them. I'm just going to say he failed to give me a certain book that had only pictures of me in it, okay? So he didn't steal it. He just didn't give it back to me. So I was mad about that. But anyway, that's not what we talking about. So you said, Sunstar Elia, get back to our discipline. Now that was, to me, that was a powerful statement, because a discipline is a lifestyle and a way of life. It's not just a change. It's not just an alteration of something small. That is an entire lifestyle change. And those changes don't happen overnight. So there's a process of deprogramming and reprogramming. When you deprogram, you unlearn everything. And the deprogram process is so very unique. And I say that because of my own experience. Me and my daughters had to deprogram. And when we deprogrammed, we didn't worry about what our hair looked like. We didn't worry about the clothes, whether they was name brand. Ooh, you should see some of these pictures I got of how we was looking. Lord have mercy, I didn't know, because we didn't care. I can see how somebody would come into our life when someone did and thought we was hungry and needed everything. But we were so content because we had already had so much. And we was learning how to let go. Started from the very beginning. So lifestyle change, a discipline, is a way of life. Am I going on too much? Do I need to take a break? No? Okay.
No, man. Shabaka is Shabaka joined me on Facebook.
Oh, what up, Shabaka?
So greetings, Shabaka. Yes. And Shabaka, I'm only quiet right now because I start Christine speaking. I hope y'all can hear her. So yes, greetings and welcome, Brother Shabaka. I'm muting.
So and you said the language. I wrote down, the language subjects the ones who use it. So basically, and that goes to the energy of the language being used. So if it's a negative connotation, that's just like saying don't or do not. You're saying the same thing, but don't is improper. It's not considered proper English. And no instructor who's good at writing will allow a paper to be turned in with that type of grammatical error, right? Okay. So the words carry energy, and so even if it sounds the same, you can spell it differently because everything is in the spell. And the spell was created to confuse you, us, to confuse us, because I'm not talking to people like I ain't been there. You know what I'm saying? And so we must take into account the energy that we're putting out when we use certain language. So yes, the energies that we put out. So basically, when you said the energies that we put out branched from the language to pretty much a display of bruteness on this internet, because let's just keep it on the internet, because ain't nobody really coming up to you saying anything. You know what I'm saying? I know for sure, for a fact, there's people who I've met on the internet who I was very much acquainted with, who's here in Tucson, but we ain't seen each other. You know what I'm saying? There's been no real effort to, I mean, like this person just kind of disappeared, so I wasn't able to make contact. And when I was making contact, this person just disappeared, just wouldn't respond to me. So what I look like going to search you out. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna do that. You've already made it clear to me. So um that type of energy needed no words. It was felt and the message was received. I respect it. So I just wanted to say that. But discernment is also important, an important skill. But you want to know something? Everyone is not gifted in discernment. Okay, so discernment is the ability to see and to hear what can't be seen or heard. An additional skill to discernment is exhortation. Exhortation is the ability to receive and speak the message. And guess what? Guess what I'm gifted in? And I've been told this many times. This ain't new information. I've been told several times by several different people all my life since I was a teenager on up into my adult years that I am gifted in discernment and exhortation. And when I looked it up, I am truly gifted in discernment and exhortation. Those things are absolutely how I move about through the spiritual realm in this physical form. It's in there. It's not in there. Yeah, no, you're not going to find discernment and exhortation that easy. Why is that at this time?
I don't know. I think I dropped this in the trash now.
Don't throw it in the trash, because guess what? You can compare and see the difference and see the change and the time frame of that change. They spell words differently and they take words completely away. But study self.
Published in 2006. This
Yeah,
book
that's
was
real
published in
new.
2006.
That's real new. My bad. So so basically that was all I got from what you was saying, and I wanted to speak on. um so you want to hear some music? Okay. So, I've been working on some new stuff. Now, did you have anything you want to play? No? Okay. So, I've been working on some new stuff and I've shared it. Maybe you've already heard it. Um, Healing Now or Heart of a Thug. Healing Now.
The 42 Laws.
Okay, we can do that because that's what exactly where
The 42 principles, laws, and orders of Ma'at is the baseline to understand as a matriarchal nation. Daughters of the matriarch represent mothers, grandmothers, and great-grandmothers of righteousness and truth.
42 laws of Ma'at.
I will not do wrong. I will not steal. I will not act with violence. I will not kill. I will not act unjustly. I will cause no pain. I will not waste food. I will not lie. I will not desecrate holy places. I will not speak evil. I will not abuse my sexuality. I will not cause the shedding of tears. I will not sow seeds of regret. I will not be an aggressor. I will not act guilefully. I will not lay waste to the plowed land. I will not bear false witness. I will not set my mouth in motion against any person. I will not be wrathful and angry except for a just cause. I will not copulate with a man's wife. I will not copulate with a woman's husband. I will not pollute myself. I will not cause terror. I will not pollute the earth. I will not speak in anger. I will not turn from words of right and truth. I will not utter curses. I will not initiate a quarrel. I will not be excitable or contentious. I will not be prejudiced. I will not be an eavesdropper. I will not overspeak. I will not commit treason against my ancestors. I will not waste water. I will not do evil. I will not be ignorant. I will not blaspheme Neru, the one most high. I will not commit fraud. I will not mistreat children or animals. I will not defraud a temple's offerings. I will not plunder the dead. 42 principles of law and order of Ma'at. You see, this is the declaration of innocence when you stand in the day of judgment and your heart is judged to be as light as a feather. Will you pass the test? Have you withstood the laws of Ma'at?
42 laws of Ma'at.
Islamism. And so that song is so appropriate and chosen because we keep talking about responsibility, accountability of self, duty of self. And the whole idea of Ma'at is I did not. I didn't. I did not. I did not. I did not. I will not. And this idea of what I did not and will not do is a redeeming, a salvation type idea to carry with you every day inside of yourself. For you, none of the rest of us have anything to do with that particular part. See, we're talking about cleaning and cleansing ourselves. So despite what anybody else teaches or says, by holding on to that type of thought, that type of, and I'm going to stick with thought. I'm not even going to say teaching. To hold on to that type of thought, then it becomes a teaching of self. And the cleansing of self is alchemic. So we're all the way back to the beginning of time and how we're dealing with that individual person, that person that sometimes you don't even want to look at in the mirror. That person that sometimes get on your nerves more than anybody else gets on your nerve is you. In Islam, they say you go on a jihad. The jihad, even in Islam, is a jihad of self. So in Christianity, Judaism, it's all about cleaning you up. In Owaspe, it's in the Messiah code. It's about cleaning you up, that individual. It's not about the rest of us and how we think or feel. about you. You have to like you. You have to love you. And I'm going to tell you, when you don't, it shows. It shows by how you try to deal with the rest of us. That's what really gets to me about, we have the teachings. The words are in the teaching. We could read it. I can show it to you a minute, and you still tell me, we got to try something new. What Drew Ali brought us didn't work. It didn't work because people kept having that kind of idea that we got to try something. We're going to do something. How about sticking with the program? How about building the program? And then even when the brother said it, he started talking about the Declaration of Rights. It's in this book. It's here. It's all in here. This book has like 7 books in it. So when y'all start talking to me and people think that they're correcting me or teaching me something, it's like, don't disrespect. But I drove past all that. And when I say I drove past it, that means I studied all that. And then I studied stuff that you didn't study. And from where I was born into stuff. Like some people, they're telling me the truth. They're saying, well, I was born in 1980. Yes, sir, Brother Shabaka, we got cut off. I was born in 1980. I was 15 in 1980. Living the things that you learned in 19, because you were 10. If you was born in 80, you was 10 in 90. By the time you was 10, I had a 5-year-old child. I was raising 2 children of my own. So that puts me ahead of the curve, that still don't make you smarter than me. I'm not even going to argue with you on that. But I'm saying my experience within that and living that what you're talking about, that gives me more credit. And I'm standing on that credit. So then I have a brother like Shabaka who says, well, you're correcting me and I lived stuff before you. Well, Brother Shabaka, I'm sorry. This is one time you're going to take a lesson from a younger person. Because and your only thing that I would say to Brother Shabaka and Brother Paris, I love your work. It's just this thing with you keep enslaving us. See, he was 21 in 1980. He had 6 years on me. You're still enslaving us with the terms that you use as far as Black and African American. I'm asking y'all to check that out wholly, because you've seen what happened in California. So everybody was fighting for their reparations in California, and before they had the news cameras out there, in the hallway of the city hall and stuff. When they showed the people in the hallway, our people were standing there. Lord have mercy. Please, Lord, let these people give it to us. Lord, we need you, Jesus, right now. Then people came out and told them no, and our people spazzed. But if you were just praying to God for something and you didn't get it, don't you have peace within yourself to say, well, maybe that's not for us? After all, there's a whole bunch of people telling us we're not going to get the reparations. A whole bunch of our own people who look like us are telling us you're not getting reparations. Nobody's going to give Blacks and African Americans reparations. You know why? You get reparations for what you lost. And if you're trying to take Black and African American and bring that into what the Moors lost, the Cherokees lost, and all the other nation of people lost, that's where you lose. Because Blacks and African Americans are the property of the United States. It's like when you walk into the store, a United States store, they got products on the shelf. Part of their products is these Black people and these African Americans. You can bring them down and do whatever you want with them, because they're in the Quran, the Holy Quran from Mecca, it says that what a man possesses with his right hand, no one has the right to tell him what to do. When you say you're Black and African American, you put yourself in the right hand of the United States. I don't have the right to tell them what they're supposed to do with Black and African Americans. You want to vote in their system, but you already, and this is the part that kills me, cognitive dissonance. The Constitution wasn't written for us. You're right. So then why are you trying to fight on constitutional terms? 14th and 15th Amendment. With the 14th and 15th Amendment, they wrote you out. Shabaka says reparation has to be strategically done. Shabaka, here's the strategy. If you're talking about being a Black and African American, you're not getting it. No matter how many ways y'all want to spin this, you want to stay with this Black and African, and you're not getting it. You get no rights as a Black and African. Look, I'm sitting on two different public things. I'm saying this boldly, that you're not getting it. You can check the law. You're not getting it. And what happened in California just showed you, you're not getting it. So all it is strategically done. Don't you think people have been saying that since time? Strategy, strategically done, strategy. You Black people, the ones who call themselves, you're not getting it. You need to wake up and face that fact. Don't stop. Let's stop wasting time with stuff that don't matter. And so I was supposed to come on your show and tell people want to say like, well, being a Moor don't make a difference. I apologize. I wish I could play the CD from court. I'm telling you my own personal thing now. There are no Negroes, Shabaka. Negroes, Blacks, Coloreds, African Americans, you're all the same thing. So because I didn't know before, I'm dealing with something in court, right? But when I walk in the court now and let them know that I'm a Moorish American, they don't have any authority over me. The courts respect it. I'm out here. And right now I'm telling y'all, if I wasn't, I'd be locked up. But because I'm a Moor and I stand on that, all the way to the point where the judge said, well, are you a United States citizen? I said, no, I'm not. Those documents that you have with my name on them from that belongs to, that's a United States citizen. But I, El Yashamal Garb, I'm not a citizen of the United States. The judge said, I'll accept that. So they understand. But do you have the heart to stand there and do it yourself? We have to no, you don't have to boycott any Olympics in 2028 to make your point. You just need to leave it all alone. That'll make your point. He keeps talking about try that in Los Angeles County. Hey, look, hey, Shabaka. Uh-oh. Now, one of the side stars got you, Shabaka. I'm gonna have to leave that alone once the side stars get on you now. And yeah, we're not you're talking to one of them, my aunt right now. She about to put some justice on you because you're not getting the point. The only reason, and let me tell you this, Shabaka, the only reason why it won't work in Los Angeles is because y'all won't come together and make it work in Los Angeles. Because y'all won't study to show and prove. And isn't this the stuff we talk about? Well, y'all won't study to show and prove. You keep trying to find ways to deny this. You keep trying to find ways to deny who we are and the legitimacy that we have on this land. Now, you watch videos where you've seen the Moors be successful. I sent you a video where the Moorish brother was in court and the only thing he said was, I object. I object. He told your honor why he objected and he walked out of court, didn't he? Didn't he? But you're saying it don't work. Now his case is going to federal court because of everything. That court didn't have any jurisdiction. He's going to walk out of federal court by the way he's applying himself. But y'all don't want to see that. Y'all don't want to hear that. You're trying. They say that the definition of insanity is trying to do the same thing over and over and keep getting the same results. Now you're telling me, right, for the laws in California, see what I mean? You keep trying stuff. How about this, Shabaka? How about you check out the laws that you have to apply to them, to all courts. How about you check out your laws that you would apply to them, Shabaka? How about that? None of you want to check out your law. You keep trying to deal with somebody else's law. So all these HBC schools, why don't you go see who started these historically black schools? Spelman was named after Rockefeller's wife. Who started NAACP? Who started Urban League? Our people ain't really there, are we? We're afterthought in these things. Have the case of the Moors been to the Supreme Court? All right, I like your questions. Hey, Shabaka, when you deal with the Constitution of the United States, when you get to the foreign part of the United States, they start saying things like the United States doesn't have any jurisdiction over religions, things of this. They're talking about the Moors. In the foreign part of the Constitution is where they're talking to us. When they say they have to honor all their treaties, they're talking about us. You don't know that, though. We're trying to show you. That's why we stand on our treaty. It's a separation. The treaty is the supreme law of the land. You asking me about their courts, and their courts have to follow the supreme law of the land. If they don't follow the supreme law of the land, they have a problem that we can all sue them for. But we're not applying that. We keep going, we keep acting in an inferior manner. And I was raised not just by my parents and the teachings that I had. The first job I ever had, the old man told me that when you do go into another job interview, you're interviewing them just as much as they are interviewing you. I'm 15 years old. When you walk into, and this is to everybody now, when you walk into a job interview, you are interviewing them just as much as they are interviewing you. So don't be, oh, I need this job. See, that desperation is where they're going to get you at. You have to walk in there like, I'm going to walk out of here and I'm going to be straight anyway. I'm a man. I am a woman. When I walk out of here, I'm straight regardless if you give me. That's what makes them want to hire you. The confidence in yourself. What about economic power? So the economic power, like, do you have a birth certificate? And so this is on the low end, Shabaka. Do you have a birth certificate and a social security card? Once you learn how to speak lawfully for yourself, the nation will show you what to do with your social security. See, I'm supposed to have a brother on here tonight, and I didn't invite him tonight because of all the hectic stuff that's going on. I'm not bringing that brother in here so you could ask him questions like that. Because when he comes through, he's going to tell you about your economics. He's going to tell you about what you're asking about. So I didn't bring him on here because everybody's doing something right now in the different parts of what we're doing. And I said, I'm Caesar. I'm jumping on my white horse and I'm going to war with y'all to get y'all to understand we're not Black and African Americans. So I'm out here riding around in all these different nations and countries and lands on my horse, my army. Here goes my army. Every letter in these books is a military captain in my army, and I'm bringing them to you to work on that spiritual warfare that we're all having, the spell, the words. I'm working on that spiritual warfare so that you can walk in there. We did a whole show last week, Shabaka. Now, macroeconomics. Shabaka, I could talk to you about macroeconomics, microeconomics, all of that. But your head isn't right for it, Shabaka, because every time we talk about it, you're going to try to include what they need to do about it instead of what we need to do about it. It all literally goes hand in hand. I am a diasporic African, and that's where you're going to lose at, Shabaka. That's where you're going to lose. And so, you know, I can't go back and forth with you during this show, Shabaka. that you need to pull up. We need to meet up during the week. And like I said, maybe I need to hold some lessons. And I am going to charge for my lessons if it comes to that, because I've given you everything you need to read, and you need to read it. What about The Art of War? Hey, Shabaka, The Art of War, listen to what I say, Shabaka. All them books about the art of war, they make us cowards. Because in The Art of War, it told you not to argue with the prince. Don't argue with the prince. The prince might be a fool. He's going to get argued with. The prince is going to send you to do things that he won't do. He's going to get argued with. Bang the prince. I'm the prince. See? I don't study that kind of stuff. I don't take inferior lessons to be me. And then I'm going to stand around. See, here's one thing. This is, nope, that is where I am going to win. I remember as a child, my mother was, even in our own home, I would hear men say, look, I'm the man, damn it. You're going to do what I tell you. I'm the man. I don't have to say that. And so if I can stand in my home and tell my wife and children, I'm the man, Ray, I can stand in the world and do that too. And if I don't do it in the world, then I'm a coward. I can only do it at home to my woman and my children. I'm abusive. That's what I am. I do it in the world too, man. I let them know I'm a man. You're not going to play with me. I'm going to get what I want. I walk out on a job and go get another one. I walk out on the job and go employ myself. This is the attitude we have to be about, and then everybody, I understand the comforts of life and living. Trust me, I understand. But it isn't worth my dignity and my pride. So now you look at the rap industry and what happened all through that, and you see the life you're living. To keep them images, to keep the house and the car, brothers are selling themselves. Side stars are selling themselves. You make listen, my enemy knows I'm strong. I'm never weak. That's the point I'm trying to tell you about. That's tricknology on your mind. In order for the enemy to think you're weak, you got to show him weakness. How are you going to show him weakness? Isn't that, all right, so I don't want to name drop. Meek Mills acted like he was weak with P. Diddy, didn't he? He never got the chance to show him he was strong. Vice versa. That Star said, listen to what Star Sasha said. Sasha, go ahead, Star. Sasha said, wouldn't part of the art of war consist of knowing who you are? Oh, she's dropping bombs. I told you, I'm going to let the Star. You saying the rap industry is puppet? Yo, brother, if you working at your job, you're a puppet. If you work at Burger King, you're a puppet. McDonald's, you're a puppet. If you work at a grocery store, you're a puppet. As long as you helping somebody else making $1 million and you getting a pittance, you a puppet. I'm only speaking, and even at those places, within the next 2 years, watch what happens with husbands and wives, and we're gonna find out a whole bunch of wives have been sleeping around on their husbands to keep their jobs. That's what we're gonna find out. That's gonna be real ugly, isn't it? We're going to find out a whole bunch of wives so that they can have that 2-income family home so she can get her hair done every week. I feel sorry for us when all of this fall apart and you beautiful women who just had to have your hair done and your nails done, and now you're walking around with your fingernails and toenails dirty and you just don't know what to do because you don't have the other group of people to come in. Y'all don't clean each other's fingernails and toenails. You go to other people to get it done. That's sickening. How come you don't trust each other to go get your fingernails and keep that income? So-called Black economics. The first thing is our sisters trusting each other to get their fingernails and their toenails done. You're touching each other's body parts. You got other foreigners touching you. You touch each other. You clean each other up and pay each other. Then most of them can stay home with their children. Y'all thinking about, you keep talking outside of us, Shabaka. We can't fix our problems if we keep talking about outside. You worried about what other people are doing instead of what we not doing. You worried about how other people are functioning instead of worrying about how we functioning. There's a difference, man. And this is what I'm telling you, especially with your program and stuff like that. If you start talking like that to the people you listening to, we doing this for ourselves, everything will start changing, Shabaka. But you got to be that change first, Shabaka. You a leader out there, Shabaka, and you are acting like a follower. You are being weak in your position, and everybody under you is following in that weakness. So it's even come to a point where maybe it's time for Shabaka to hand over the reins. See? Let somebody else take over, and you stay there with that mentality to look over things and make sure that we're doing it for ourselves, Shabaka. I have to yield the floor and let Star El Christina take over now, because I think I said a lot, you said a lot. Sasha, go girl, you go girl.
That's what's up. I'm glad Star Sasha over there getting in on the comments and everything. Um I mean what you're talking about right now is I guess we can't talk about it enough. Um because we're saying the same thing just different ways so many times. And the thing that really that really just grabs me is the fact that no matter how many different languages we have to use to say the same thing, it's like a translation. First time we said it, second time we said it, and on and so forth. It's always a different language in which it's being spoken. So I thought it's interesting. I've heard you say this before, but I've never heard you say it the way you said it tonight. Reference the Constitution and the foreign part of the Constitution. I've never even read it. So now I got to go and read that part of the Constitution so I can now understand deeper. Now, see just how easy that was? Let me be an example right now. There was something new mentioned tonight. I've heard it, but I never heard it like I heard it tonight. And it grasped my attention to make me want to go and research and study where Sunstar Elia is speaking about the foreign part of the Constitution. Because I've never even heard there was a foreign part to the Constitution where they address foreigners. And if you don't know that you are the foreigner to them, not that you're foreign here, they're foreign here, but to their policies, their government system, their economic system, all their systems, we're foreigners and they have to treat us like foreigners. So how they trick the system or continue to go with the spell, that cognitive dissonant spell. They got to keep on creating. I forgot, but I lost my train of thought. So please forgive me. And I know I do this probably by every show, but you know what I'm saying. That's just don't be mad. Don't beat me up. I be forgetting. So nonetheless, no, if you don't know that you're foreign, oh, so what they did to confuse the situation even more was bring people from over hybrid people at that, not even the original people of those lands. And so then that also goes and further tricks the mind about our difference in facial features and things like that, and how we're featured different. And you notice most of the features of those that are acceptable are closer to a Caucasian than it is to African, more melanated, darker, copper tone skinned people, right? The Aboriginal, the indigenous people of the land, the ones who don't deal with politics. They're called savages because they choose to live off the earth, live off nature. They are nature. They become one with nature. They can see and hear things that we couldn't even fathom because we live in a world that's so noisy and polluted with noise that isn't beneficial, noise that is it's a disturbance, it's a distraction. Why do I see light-skinned, melanated people, Moors, hardly dark-skinned or dark complex people? Okay, first of all, I don't even know how to answer that question first. So, in my attempt to answer that question, because I used to feel some type of way because of the complexion of my skin, because my mother is dark complected and I'm light complected. My father's light complected. But even my mother has light complected siblings, and my father has dark complected siblings. We come in all different tones and shades. The darker you are does not make you closer to God, and the lighter you are does not make you more heavenly and enlightened. Right? People really believe that if they are light complected, that they are more attractive or appealing to the eyes. And that's not true. And so that question is crazy because there's people who are lighter than I am, hold so much knowledge and information because they did the work. This ain't got nothing to do with what we look like. Are you willing in your own mind to do the work, to understand new information, to compute new data? You ever been typing and you just clicking on the town, typing, and you learn that the cursor ain't even in the thing? You done typed the whole sentence. You didn't even make some edits in your mind that you just typed straight out, but it never showed up on the page because the cursor wasn't activated. You got to activate your cursor. Now, isn't that interesting that it's called a cursor? Why would the thing, the little blinky thing, why would the thing that lets you know where you are to start typing, why to start spelling, why is that called a cursor? The cursor is used to make the spells. So, are you cursing yourself, or are you cursing the system? And what we're doing is turning it around from cursing self to cursing the system. Not cussing, cursing. Using spells. I never thought about that because I never put that together. The cursor and to spell. I ain't never put that together.
That was deep. But can I tell Brother Jesse one thing? Brother Jesse, to answer your question, I'm going to tell you this. Go get a mirror and look inside of it. And then you'll have your answer. Most of our dark-skinned brothers want to hang with black. They want to keep using that. They don't want to give up black and African American, and they think it's that 1492. Does that start your history? Since that don't start your history, and your history starts, now you see more dark-skinned people, don't you, Brother Jesse? Because now you're going back. Don't you see more dark-skinned people now? As Moors, as Olmecs, as Mayans, as Cherokee, as every other nation that our families told us we were a part of. Now you see more dark-skinned people, right? And you see a dark-skinned Moor while you're looking in the mirror, brother. But you're denying it. And that's the reason why you see more light-skinned people saying it, if that's the way you're putting it. No. No, brother. I'm telling you factually. Look in that mirror, brother, and answer that question for yourself. Ask yourself, why do you see more light skin? And now look at you and say to yourself, because I am denying myself. Because you the dark-skinned brother, right? We love to have you right at home. So you need to look at yourself. We keep telling y'all it starts with self. If self isn't willing to take on these lessons and put these lessons in action, then they're not going to work. And then that it was a dark-skinned brother on that video who was objecting, right? Are you ignoring that? Have you tapped in? I told us the other day, I said, go into Google and type Moorish American temples, Moorish Science Temples of America. Look at the list. Then for whatever so-called state you're in, sign into that temple. You don't have to be a member. Tell them you came to learn. You're hungry to learn. They will be more than glad to teach you. But you have to tap in. If you don't tap in, then you're not going to see what you're looking for. And you will see a whole lot of dark-skinned, beautiful people. You will see dark-skinned leaders. And then to us, the dark-skinned, light-skinned don't even come up over here. We don't talk that way. Our skin color has nothing to do with it. It is the character and the content of each individual that we actually operate with, right? So our main point about what we're saying, brother, is if you listen to the leaders from your civil rights and stuff, your main leaders, Martin Luther King did say, I led my people into a burning house. What was the burning house? His civil rights movement. He should have never had y'all out there fighting for civil rights with the United States. Integration. We shouldn't have integrated. And all right, but keep looking, bro. Keep looking around. You're going to see a lot of dark-skinned brothers. In fact, the brothers here in Connecticut, they're all darker than me. If you saw the brothers in Connecticut and me, I'm the light bright amongst the brothers in Connecticut. When we stand together, we take a picture, I'm the lightest one in there. They're all dark-skinned. And you just made me think of that. That didn't never even concern me. You know, I was even shocked when I was in the streets. And the brothers that were with me, they made that difference. of dark skin, light skin, pretty boy, the girls like light skin and all. I didn't focus on that until they said, what are you talking about? My mama raised me that we're all one people. That's how my mama raised me. And my mama dark skin. And my dad, my youngest son looked at my dad and he looked at me and said, your father's white? No. But he got blonde hair, green eyes, because his mother was Portuguese. His father was chocolate dark. So this is where some say the Vietnam War and our involvement with it, as well as integration. We shouldn't have been in none of that stuff. We shouldn't have been dealing in none of it. We shouldn't have been in none of that stuff, man. With all this stuff that's going on with the United States government is none of our business. They tricked us with the 14th and 15th Amendment. That's why we don't know about the foreign part of the Constitution. Everybody is dealing with the 14th and 15th Amendment, and you shouldn't be dealing with it at all. That's where Martin Luther King told you, I led you into a burning house. He said it out of his own mouth. So then after that, if a man tells you he led you into a burning house, why are you going to take your children into a burning house? Why are you going to take your people into a burning house? Don't you want a clean house and smell good without no smoky fires? You got to come out of that burning house, man. And that burning house is here. This is where the burning house is. That burning house is in your heart. It's in your mind. And you got to come out of that. And this is why we're out here and we're talking and dealing the way we deal. And listen, we love y'all. We love all of us. We know, I know the fight that we in for when it comes to psychological. There's another one called Stockholm Syndrome, where you love the person who abused you. Just by calling yourself Black and African American, you showing you love the abuse. You like to be abused. You want to complain. You want to get up every day and have a problem. You want someone to blame for your problems. Because to admit that they're your problems and you have a right to cure them, oh, that's too much responsibility. Nobody wants that except a real man, a real woman. We'll take those responsibilities. I'll clear up the whole thing on my own. I don't need anybody's help. So this is where we're at with it, brother. And you know, like I said, I love your work. I love the way you talking to the people, and y'all got the different groups, and you invited me to a whole nother group of people. Y'all got it going on, man. But for the wrong reasons. You're not getting reparations. No matter how much you want to strategize, talk about it, think about it, try to replan it, they're not giving you reparations as Black and African Americans. You know why? Because you didn't lose anything as a Black and African American. You didn't lose anything. You cannot say you're Black and African American and then talk past 1492 to say what you lost. That's the problem. So I yield the floor so Sai Star Ashita can have it back.
So I was just looking for information about the foreign policies dealing with the Constitution. And so I saw that it says that the United States parcels. It says the U.S. Constitution parcels out foreign relations. Let me say that again. The U.S. Constitution parcels out foreign relations powers to both the executive and legislative branches. Now, using the word parcels like that, what does that mean? That's a verb, right? That's an action. To parcel something is the action verb in that sentence. So I'm looking for the definition of parcel And so let me see, in law, part or portion of land. It says in the law of real property, a parcel or parcel signifies a part or portion of land. A parcel is a defined piece of real estate. According to Black Law's Dictionary, parcel is a legal term that refers to a part or portion of the land. So when it says the U.S. Constitution parcels out foreign relations powers, that is that saying that the powers that be have certain land that is given to them to operate in those fashions, like the White House, the Congress, Senate, the Pentagon, and all them places where everybody's operating at. So the U.S. Constitution has sectioned off parts of land or designated, thank you, designated land to put in place the powers that be. And those are the offices we are supposed to be operating from, not taking orders from. So those things were already in place. And when the Constitution was created, those things had to be set apart from the with the Bill of Rights and all that stuff, because that's all pertaining to the 14th and 15th Amendment people who are not considered to be man or all man or whole. It said, what does it say, human or does it say man? 3/4 human or 3/4 a man? But
It's
anyway,
it's a double play on the word. Washington or the United States really only has Washington as its land. And the only thing it's supposed to be doing is trading back and forth with its motherlands, the so-called European countries. And so the parcel is the value of the land that they operate, because the rest of the land belongs to us, the contiguous North America, Central and South America, that's ours. So that's the parceling right there. This is what was meant when in Prophet Noble Drew Ali's writing, when he said, we are all part and parcel. The land. And this is the part. Some people write partial, Partial. That's wrong. They're stealing from you if they got you signed on with the IAL. It's CEL. Parcel. The land belongs to us and it's ours to divide up the way we need to. But because we aren't operating as a government, as responsible adults handling our affairs on a national, international level, the United States just stepped in and started governing for us. Honestly and truly, they kind of did us a favor for the way we treated each other. See, everybody keeps acting like we all got along before they came. That's a lie. We were fighting each other then, and we're fighting each other now. And when you study 1750, this is the beginning of us losing everything. The French and Indian War that they claim as the French and Indian. We were fighting each other on the British side and on the French side. We were fighting each other. This is where I'm looking at it and I'm saying, ooh, we ended up having these wars, and as we killed each other off, they just stepped in and cleaned up. Then I read something called the I have to dig into my other computer. The Zion, something of the Zion, where in it states that all they did was walk in and pick the pieces up that we dropped. It states it. We never turned around and went back to our authority of our royalness, because our kings, our emperors were the protection for the people. Our emperors protected the people. This is where good kings, when we talk about them. I mean, even though I tell you with all this war and stuff, our emperors still protected the people of the land. So, Brother Jesse, yes, and more, and more. Now you would have to go.
It's repatriation, not reparations. Repatriation.
No, but because he wants to keep talking about reparations, I'm trying to give it to them that, yes, exactly. Now you need to read the prophecies of how that works. Now you need to read the prophecies of how that works. Because I done said that several times, but nobody seemed to caught on. But you caught on now, didn't you? And this is what I mean. We're all going to get it in our own time. What did I tell you? but let's not use the word that, honestly, you can find this out later. A king is a pimp and a queen is a hoe. You'll find out later as you study these words, and it's a different spelling on queen that's going to let you know that. We're emperors and empresses. We don't. Go ahead, Emperor. She was about to type that. Empress on it tonight. Since Sasha ain't backing down tonight, she on that type. And go, Sasha. You need to read the prophecies, bro. Don't sell yourself short. Here, see this book? See this book? You need to get this book. So let me write down. Yes, sir. Emperors and empresses. That's the proper term. I'm gonna try to go into the chat. If I shut myself off, y'all know how I'm clumsy and I'm ignorant with this thing. And that private chat. This is where you go to get that book. I want to make sure I spell it right. And Facebook's keep shutting me off. And I keep going back to Facebook, MoorishAmericanGovernment.LAND. Ooh, look how it's separated. See, I didn't tell it to separate anything, and it did it anyways, right? That's what I mean by I just want to make sure I spelled it right. Make sure I get all of this right. I don't want to mess up anything. Oh, before it gets crazy. Now it wants to add a face or something to it. Now I'm going back to where we was. Close that out. Hey, I did it right this time. Okay, so MoorishAmericanGovernment.land. Now I'm gonna ask you to do me a favor while you're there, right? There are phone numbers up there too. Do call in. And whether or not you want to tell the people I told you to call in and all, I mean, if you did, that'll be a good look for me with them and there, because I attended them. I got a doctorate from them. They said, yeah, you're a doctor. And then I said, thank you when I left. So I know what I'm doing. That's why I could leave. Why must we pay for all those who behave in corruption? Give me a second. I need to understand that question. Go in there. There's phone numbers in there. Call them. Talk to them and order the book. It's $49.50. It's $49.50. There's about 5 or 6 different books in here, including the Quran. These books are in there. They're all in there. And if you just ask them for the Quran, they'll probably give you these. Even though they got $5 on this one, if you talk to them right, you buy that one, they'll probably give you these for free. But you talk to them, tell them you're educating yourself and your people. You need a little assistance along the way. They'll be available to you 24/7 to answer any questions that you want. And then you could get that information from them. And then by reading this book, you're going to get a whole lot of information, knowledge, wisdom, and understanding to stand on and understand what we're saying and how we're saying it. That one book will hook you up. So yeah, go ahead and call them and get that book. And thank you for the questions and stuff. And thank you for looking into it. We had an empress out here who drove limo. She was a dirty moron. Now, listen, bro, I'm going to say this to you again, bro. The reason why I started doing things the way I did it is because when I came in, the people who, like you would say, the people who sit on the floor, they were saying exactly what you said. And I've gone so far as to help people call the police on some of these people. Now, we're not supposed to call the police on each other. But when I hear that you're robbing sisters have let you in your house, I can't get to you. I can't get to you. So I said, call the police. We're supposed to live in love, true peace. I'm supposed to, I have thoughts of putting my hands on you. I'm not supposed to be doing that anyway. I help them call the police to come and get you. I heard about them scamming people, stealing from people. I started telling them, you think for yourself. What are you talking about? You're sitting in jail. They want $300 from his brother. He's sitting in jail. They took like $1,500 from him. How shameful. And, well, brother, we're not supposed to call the police. Oh, I see you've been brainwashed with the teachings. I'm going to take you out of that. I'm going to put you back on your feet as a man. And I'm telling you, call the police. So that these people realize that we're serious and we're not playing games with these teachings. This is what we have to do right now. Put them in jail and don't have any shame about it. So yes, Brother Jesse, unfortunately, it's a shame. But now if Brother Jesse step up and put himself in that place, I'm hoping Brother Jesse more like me, and he ain't taking the BS. He ain't gonna allow people to come scamming. He ain't gonna, Brother Jesse ain't gonna be, he gonna be a soldier in this. Brother Jesse gonna be a soldier in this and handle the business. That means keeping yourself safe and keeping all the people around you safe so that we don't allow these dirty Moors to keep doing what they're doing. I agree. I was saying that earlier. One black do something bad, they all do. So this is how we clean it up. By us taking the authority to clean it up. I'm not scared. And I let the brothers know. When one of the brothers, as I'm talking to him, he showed me his pistol and told me, that's all right. You took money from these people? The police will be coming to see you. What? Brother, what you say? The police are going to come see you. And the people got the heart. They called the police, and the police went and started picking people up. I'm not into this that's why I don't ask people for no money. That's right. You and I have to, you, me, and a few others, we have to help set this no scamming zone over here. We have to put it in play. We have to let them know that we won on that. If Brother Jesse called me and say somebody's scamming over here, Brother Jesse got to know I'm going to handle them. And I got to know the same thing over there. And plus, you're closer to Sister Akshita than me. You have more access to her than me. Then I need you on point, bro. You and all them brothers over there need you on point to handle that sister's business. And while I'm saying that, there is a brother named Yusef L, High Frequency Radio. Get in touch with Yusef L and listen to him. Sign up with his program. Like, I don't get any money from them. Okay, you're doing that for them. But I'm telling you that FBA, that Freeman stuff, we're not gonna mess with that. As Moors for this nation we're building, we're not messing with any of the titles, gifts, promises that come from the United States. It's all a trap for us. What we want, we have to build independently ourselves. We have to build it. You have to build it. This has nothing to do with the United States, what they said, what they doing. Oh, you know Yusef L? Man, you better get with Yusef L. You better crawl up on you. And listen, there goes another brother. He don't really get down with the Moors like that either. He is a Moor, but he's not all into the temples and stuff. You better get with that brother and save your family, man. He gonna show you some things that you can do for yourself as far as finances and secured party creditor and all that. Get with that brother, Yoda. And I'm talking to everybody. Don't be, get it. Get it. If your concern is your pocket, go see Yusef L. If your concern is your pocket, Walt knows money. Friend them up on Facebook. Tell them a brother like me sent you. I know Walt. I don't know Yusef L. I want to get Walt on here too. He does, Walt does currencies, Bitcoin and stuff, but he has his own. He has his own cryptocurrency. So go ahead and he'll show you how to make your own. Go ahead, get with Walt. Walt knows money, and get with Yusef L. and go ahead and get that and clean your thing up. Yo, do you, man. Enjoy it. But stop calling us Black and African Americans. That's all I'm saying about that. I'm telling y'all, that's my only point that I'm trying to drive home. We got to stop using that term. And if you want to use another term, your aunt, your grandmother, they done told you who you was as a nation, who your people are. You better start using those other terms for yourself as opposed to Black African American. Let that Black African American, let everything the United States done told you about getting yours, let it go. Because everything the United States told you is only so that they can conduct their daily war. Queen Elizabeth said there must be perpetual war in the world. Having you think that you're Black and African American and fighting for your rights, you're doing what she needs. Long as you're Black and they could go to the definition and say, oh, this person is evil, this person is mean, this person ain't right by the definition, they're going to keep making war on us. And this is where it's coming from. Once you take on your nationality, the nationality is about reparations. But you have to carry your nationality. They said the Moors sold us out. I read the treaties and stuff. One of the things you have to do is you have to live within your culture and your custom. And a whole bunch of us didn't want to live in our culture and custom. So the Moors sold us out because of what you signed, what was signed as the treaty and stuff said you had, but we didn't want to live in it. We wanted the fancy cars. We wanted the fine clothes. We wanted to be able to go out and spend money, just like we do today. This is our problem. The Joneses, as some people put it. I yield the floor.
Yes. So that is the problem, trying to keep up with the Joneses and them. Uh, uh, so this has been a lot. And you putting it down, you putting the information down in a way that should be easily acceptable. Um, and if it's not, then my volume is low.
I apologize. I was saluting Conscious Soul on Facebook who is watching right now. Peace and love, God, man.
I don't know if it's because is it better if I raise my voice a little bit?
Side Star, you're fine.
Okay.
I was saluting somebody on Facebook.
Oh no, Empress Bay said her volume is low. So I was I was making sure if I needed to speak up, but if you hear me just fine, then it might be, you know how it is sometimes. Uh, so but yeah, it's been a lot of information here, and it all starts with your own study and research. You know, well, first it starts by first getting new information. When you access new information, I don't understand when new information is given why the resistance is so tough, especially when it's information that will liberate you. And the thing is that you have to be a different person to be liberated. You can't be the same thing that you were liberated from and then try to live that same lifestyle after you have received liberation. So it's really it makes no sense. It's like walking backwards without looking back. You still going in the same direction if you just turn around and walk back where you came from. Just because you can't see it. So speaking on sight, uh I met this magnificent young lady. She was blind. I picked her up, I dropped her off, and in the midst of communication, she was like, I rolled my window down so she could hear my voice and she could address me, you know, and so she would know that she was getting into the right vehicle. And so one of the guys from the store she was coming out of assisted her, but he didn't know what to do. So she basically stated that she did not like when people put their hands on her, touched her to assist her, rather than allow her to do what she gonna do anyway. She lived like this. See, people get in their mind that I will know what I would do if I was blind, and you don't know what you would do if you were blind. But I guarantee you what, you will learn how to operate in your blindness just as much as everyone else who's blind operates. And just because we don't necessarily see them operating doesn't mean that they don't have to learn how to do things. So I've seen people actually at the VA hospital who have lost their sight, who they walk them through the halls and learn how to use their walking sticks. I've also seen here in Tucson, there was a man who was blind, and his wife or mate or whoever was with him had blinders on, walking with her blind mate. Do you know how much trust that is? And so the young lady, she thanked me. We sat and chatted for a minute after she was getting out of the vehicle, because she was like, I really want to say thank you that you did not step out of the vehicle to assist me, and I don't understand why people do that. And she said, so she said, do I look helpless? You know what I'm saying? And I was like, man, the conversation got so real between me and her. And as soon as she got out the car, I put my music on and I put on the song tired of the tears. And in that song, I said, the blind will lead the way. And she was such a great example of what that looks like, because she was on the same mindset as me with sight, but she had no sight. And although she had no sight, she was gonna tell me something. I'm finna make my boyfriend a gift or something. She was putting some stuff together for her boyfriend who lives in Phoenix, who I believe may also be blind. So life doesn't end just because you're blind or you have some, you're don't have all the things, senses functioning. But when one sense doesn't function, the other senses are heightened. So when you with your eyes can't hear somebody creeping up behind you, run up on a blind person with a stick. Go ahead, try it. Think they can't handle themselves. You know what I'm saying? Because what does martial arts teach you? To close your eyes and to go within, and then to ignite all your senses without your sight. Our sight makes us weak. We too busy looking at everything, not even realizing everything that we're consuming through our eyes is weakening the other senses. And those are the senses that you can't see. So we so busy knowing so much because we see everything. You know what I used to do? I used to blindfold myself and walk around my house. I would create my blindness and walk around, because if I was ever in a situation where I needed to trust myself, I couldn't do it with my eyes open. So, and I had to learn how to not see everything, even while I was serving in the army. When you're firing or learning to fire a weapon, you got to be able to feel that weapon, not see it, because if you look at it, you'll be shooting all over the place. You got to learn how to breathe and go cross-eyed, because you got to focus, and then you got to know how to set the aperture, the wind aperture, and where the wind is coming. So how do you know where the wind is coming from if you can't hear anything or you're not feeling anything? You're so busy looking. So when I was learning how to fire my weapon for the first times, or learning how to do it, I had to not see, but know my weapon. And that's the same thing with how we are using information. Our information becomes our weapon. And ain't nobody coming up against you when you have knowledge. They will try to come against you. What I'm saying is that most people will just, leave you on to yourself, because that by that time you become crazy. If you ain't never been told you're crazy, then you probably not doing enough. You look just like they look, so you don't look crazy to them. So yeah, no, they ain't saying you look crazy, then you doing the same thing they doing. Empress Bay says we play hide and seek in the dark, right? Because light, you can't hide in the light. And that's why people don't want to enlighten themselves, because they so busy hiding. And who you hiding from when everybody can see you? You the only one can't see you. Talking to myself too. So when you can't see you, you think everybody else can't see you. Yes, they can. Yes, they can. I like to take pictures of myself and look to see what somebody else see, because I don't see myself the way from if I was to set up my phone and take a picture like somebody else was taking a picture of me. And because when you looking at your face or looking at yourself, you can rearrange and make things fit your liking or your perception of beauty. But you want to know when you can really see your beauty or really see yourself is to see how someone else sees you without your input. That's when you know the truth. So I remember my sister that's in Las Vegas. She was at my house and she accidentally snapped a picture of me. Now you couldn't tell me that I didn't think I had it going on. You hear me? This is when I really see myself. I done been out the army for some years. You know what I'm saying? I ain't been exercising. I've been through marriage and divorce, and I just life is just did a good whipping on me, right? And I had realized I was like 230 some pounds. I was almost 240 pounds. And if it wasn't for my sister to take that picture of me that day, I would have only saw what I saw. And that is not what I saw. That's not what I saw when I looked at myself. That was a lie. Now, I could deny that picture. If I took it, I could deny it if I took the picture. But somebody else took that picture. And I wasn't posed, I wasn't ready. It was one of them kind of shots. So, when I seen the truth, I had to do something about it. You know what I'm saying? So that's when I started reading the Bible on how to eat to live, and that led me to Dr. Sabi. And from there, my cousin sent me Elijah Muhammad's How to Eat to Live. And I started researching all those documents and that doctrine of study and getting into a holistic health healing. I started doing yoga poses and things like that. So my point in saying all this is that you said your aunt caught you like that this past weekend. So this I had to make a decision and make a choice to do something different. And that's exactly what I did. So I started doing yoga, Pilates. I had already been into these things, but I had got out of it. I started doing the walking and like the walking exercise with one of them ladies. I don't remember her name, but the walking places do 2-mile walks in place or whatever. So I started doing those things, going outside. I started strengthening my left side because my left side is not my dominant side. So I started writing with my left hand. I started picking up. I was picking up bricks in my backyard and walking them to a distance, with my left hand using my left side. I started doing more with my left hand, and so that because our dominant side will take over, and we will lose the ability to use the side that's less dominant because we're not using it. So the muscle memory will diminish faster in the least dominant side. And so if I'm not using my left side, then that means I'm not functioning with the right side of my brain. I'm only functioning with the left side of my brain. And if you were left-handed in school back in the day, you got popped for using your left hand because you were required to use your right hand. They want left mind thinkers, not right mind thinkers, right? So I had to get with my right side, or strengthen the right side of my brain, because now my pineal gland had been activated. And so all these things started coming to me. I didn't even know anything about a pineal gland. And so I did a video, as a matter of fact, the first time I ever spoke about a pineal gland. I did a live video on my old page. I got to go through some of my archives and start putting up some of them old videos. But I cringe when I see myself back then, because I was so different. You know, I was so green and naive to a lot of things. I was so brand new on the scene and to the internet thing. So I was just very green. But it's nice to be able to go back to see the development over time and through time. So yeah, that's all I got to say about that. Would you like to say something? You want to listen to a song? I want to play that Tide of the Tears so you can hear what I'm talking about.
Okay, I just want to say, Shabaka said, well, welcome Scott Otto. Thank you for watching. But Shabaka said, my photos are classified. His photos are classified. So Shabaka's not showing us any of his photos, and you probably need a higher pay grade in order to see any of the photos that Shabaka has of himself. So I just think that that's hilarious based on what you were saying. And I'm going to say it, because if I don't say it, we'll be on here for until. Star, you said you got to get up early in the morning. So we're not going to hold you. We've been on here 2 hours. Anytime you feel like it, you can call it with us. And now we can go play music, now that I said that.
Thank you for that consideration. For sure. I'm sitting here, I'm ironing, I'm doing my little stuff over here, so I'm still with you till I'm not. So here we go. Tired of the tears. Hey, this team no fear over not here. Not walking in fear. The blind will lead the way. Tired of the tears. The blind will lead the way. As superior. We're not walking in fear. Team no fear over here. We're not walking in fear. Tired of the tears. No more tears. Not walking in fear. We walking tall. Because we tired of the tears. Team, no fear over here. No fear over here. Not walking in fear. You're not alone. Your heart will lead you home. We're not walking in fear. Tired of the tears. You're never alone. The blind will lead the way. What's real when everybody lying? Get busy living while the whole world steady dying. We have not, cause we ask not. My people will perish for the lack of knowledge. In the land of have-nots, we're building empires of have-lots. Staying clear of the AI bots. No ducking, walking tall, not clucking. We bucking at sights of flaming darts. Team, no fear over here. We're not walking in fear. Cry no more tears, cause I'm walking tall. Tired of the tears. We're not in fear. Not walking in fear. Team, no fear over here. The blind will lead the way. Tired of the tears. You're not alone, your heart will lead you home. Not walking They say home is where the heart is. Your heart will get you to a new start. Experience will make you smart. Intelligence is a mental art. To express what you know, emotions are like gas in the air. I think I smell a fart. Not in fact, your attitude is tart. No more tears, we're not living in fears. The blind will lead the way. I'm tired of these tears. Not walking in fear.
We're not walking in fear.
You're not alone. Team no fear over here.
Tired of the tears.
Your heart will lead you home.
Walking in fear.
You're never alone. The blind will lead the way.
Tired of the tears.
I'm tired of these tears. I'm not walking in fear. We got team no fear over here.
Tired of the tears.
The matriarch coming through
Now
with boots on the
walking in
ground.
fear.
Islamism. Now tell us about the economics of that song.
Okay. That song basically just like said, tired of the tears. Tired of crying over things that like basically like crying over spilled milk and not doing anything to make the situation better. Just that victim mindset, you know, over being a victor. And so basically what I was just saying before all of this, before the song, and with sight, you know, that's why I said the blind will lead the way, because they can't see all the distractions. They and those things that are causing us distractions are also manipulating our emotions or causing us to be in emotions. And emotions are fickle. They change by the second. They can change. If I say change, my emotions can change. I can go from being mad to happy, even if it's sarcastic. I can change instantly, and so can you. And so not walking in fear, being afraid to change, being afraid of being different. There's no fear in being different, because being different is what makes sense. Because being the same is why you want the reparations. That's doing the same thing. You know, instead of saying, okay, hey, the reparations is just a pacifier. It's plastic. It's not even real. My daughters, I nursed both of them. One for 7 months, the other one for a year. And when I tried to give them a pacifier, they didn't want that. They spit it out. Both of them spit it out. I thought it was so cute for a baby to be sucking on the pacifier with the little binky in their mouth. You know what I'm saying? It ain't cute when they get too big and they stuck on it. Right? So they become comfortable with something artificial and plastic, not real. That's the first trick, is that pacifier. Because that's one of the first things they put in a baby's mouth is something silicone. That's why Silicon Valley is going to continue to thrive the way it does, because people are still buying silicone nipples rather than nursing their babies off of their breast, because for some reason people think that the child is not getting what it needs because there's no education or edification to support. Well, there is education, and edification to support the importance of breastfeeding. What I'm saying is They're not talking about breastfeeding at the Planned Parenting clinic. They're not talking about breastfeeding. And when you tell them that you're going to breastfeed, they're shocked. You're going to breastfeed? And so they send someone in, a lactation coach, to come in. But if you don't want to breastfeed, most people are like, I ain't nursing no baby. You know what I'm saying? The very thing that naturally comes from your body, produced by you, that is the most natural thing that you could give your child, is the milk of your own bosom. And so I don't understand. I don't understand, because it creates a bond. It creates a beautiful experience that only a mother who has nursed could understand. And so that's not what we was talking about. But ooh, keep up with image. Mm-hmm. That's all I got to say. I'm not really. I mean, when you every time you done said something on the topic and subject, or addressed any issues that has risen, you have addressed it in fullness and to completion. There ain't nothing for me to add to that except for my own thoughts and where my mind is taking me in the process. So I yield.
Oh my goodness. So they're playing with me. I keep being told I have lost power, but that's beautiful about the thought and the economics of it, because going into the breastfeeding, that's like the most natural thing. There are a lot of people who don't want to breastfeed their children, and it's like the placenta and the umbilical cord, the breastfeeding, all of that is the major part of dealing with your child, the connection with your child. And as you said, Planned Parenthood, they frown on things like that because you don't want to stretch your breasts out and make your stuff. What are you talking about? This is the way it was meant to be done. And so it killed me when the COVID was kicking in, and they were talking about there wasn't enough of that Infamil formula on the shelves for babies. And I was like, well, why you need Infamil? Doesn't mommy come with her own supply of baby food? And when you talk about breast milk, let me tell you, I've had 2 baby mamas, and their breast milk went into my coffee, into my cereal. I ate what my children ate from them because it was fresher, cleaner than anything that I can get from the store. And if it's healthy enough for my child, it got to be healthy enough for me. And I don't remember, like, if I drink 2% milk, my stomach is wrecked. My stomach did not ever get wrecked from their milk in my coffee or in my breakfast cereal in the morning. And it was sweet. It had its own sweetness to it inside of it. So the baby is getting darn good nutrition, and they're eating candy from mommy. They're spending time with mommy, suckling on mommy. And we even have something in it that says, we are the children from one breast we suck. There is something that we say, a holy covenant to the Asiatic nation. Ye are the children of one father, provided for by his care, and the breast of one mother hath given you suck. So these things are natural to us, but they have been taken away through things like Planned Parenthood. And if you ever study Margaret Sanger and Planned Parenthood, you will find out that that was put together to kill us off. And a lot of our people are in Planned Parenthood, and they're trying to kill you with Planned Parenthood. They're trying to X us off the land in Planned Parenthood. So now I have part of the Constitution that I would like to go into. But before I go into the Constitution of the United States, I am reading Article 6 from our Constitution just to show how magnificent Prophet Noble Drew Ali's teachings were. So you see the resemblance, because I could take this over to other documents, and all of these same type of things are in their Article 6. So in the bylaws, the Divine Constitution and Bylaws of Moorish America, Article 6, with us, all citizens must proclaim their nationality. And we are teaching our people their nationality and their divine creed, love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, that they may know that they are not part and parcel, CEL, of this said government, that they are part and parcel of this said government, and know that they are not Negroes, colored folks, black people, or Ethiopians, because these names were given to slaves by slaveholders in 1779 and lasted until 1865 during the time of slavery. But this is a new era of time now, and all men now must proclaim their free national name to be recognized by the government in which they live and the nations of the earth. The government in which you live is the Moorish American government, not the United States government. This is the reason why Allah, the great God of the universe, ordained Noble Drew Ali, the prophet, to redeem his people from their sinful ways. The Moorish Americans are descendants of the ancient Moabites whom inhabited the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa. Please don't ever again say Moors are trying to separate themselves from Africa. What we are saying is before 1492, this is our land. That's clear. We are not saying separating from Akubalan. We are stating emphatically, though, we were here before 1492. Now, this is Article 6 from the United States Constitution. Article 6, all debts and contracted engagements entered into before the adoption of this Constitution shall be as valid against the United States under this Constitution as under the Confederation. This Constitution and the laws of the United States, which shall be made in pursuance thereof, and all treaties made or which shall be made under the authority of the United States shall be the supreme law of the land, and the judges in every state shall be bound thereby. Anything in the Constitution or laws of any state to the contrary notwithstanding. The senators and representatives before mentioned, and the members of the several state legislatures, and all executive and judicial officers, both of the United States and of the several states, shall be bound by oath or affirmation to support this Constitution. But no religious test shall ever be required as qualification to any office or public trust under the United States. That right there is our freedom. The treaty, supreme law of the land. We have a treaty with the United States that precedes the Constitution, and they are bound by it. But if you and I don't hold them to it, they don't have to tell us. They don't have to go by it. They're not breaking the law. They're not doing anything illegal. You and I aren't standing on it. You and I allowed ourselves to be naturalized into their system as Black and African Americans, and we keep operating as Black and African Americans. They don't have to honor this. They don't have to honor their own Article 6. They don't have to have anything to do with it because you and I aren't doing it. And that's the shameful part. That's the sinful part, that you and I are living outside of our customs, traditions, our ancestors. We have committed that sin walking away from our forefathers. So this is just one part of their Constitution where they show our separation from them. But are we going to recognize it and honor it? And when we deal with them, we're to throw this in their face. And I'm going to say, we need to throw this in their face. This is how you deal with them. The police, too. They all have to honor the Constitution. But we have a treaty that says we're separate. So how are you coming over here telling me the West Haven, Connecticut Police Department could not believe that my daughter and I came into their meeting and there were two of us sitting at the table with them. And they couldn't believe that we came in there. We're not Black and African Americans. Don't come around us treating us any old way. That's going to get us started. We're opposite from you. We're Moorish Americans. We stand under this treaty. We operate this way, and they got to respect it. And these police around here, they've been basically running. They see me, that car moves faster. They don't want to have nothing to do with me. They don't know what the ramifications would be in messing with me. I told you, in each of our personal lives, as we apply this, they see it and they know. And they also know he's not out here. When we drive around in our cars, we don't see him in those areas or those problem areas where people who look like him are standing and doing certain things that are unbecoming of a good citizen. We can't mark him with that. He doesn't allow us to. And this is how each of us got to operate. So if you call yourself a Moor and you think we're going to let you sell drugs, I'll tell on you. I'm telling y'all the truth. I'll tell. Because you walking around here claiming to be a Moor and you giving us a bad name. You can go to jail. Acting out. I love us, but I don't care. So, because we got too much law standing behind us. Even when I thought I was Black and African American, 98, 99, how I ended up with all these problems in my world, I said to myself then, wow, for like people like to have drama in their lives. You know, we like a little excitement sometimes. I have more excitement doing the right thing than ever doing the wrong thing. You could have more fun doing the right thing. And I mean, watch people get upset and everything just by being right than doing the wrong thing. That's all you got to do. So I can't accept, like when we talk about building us and we say we have law applicators who can come to our defense in the court and stuff like that. If you're guilty, don't call us. Don't call me. Once I hear your story, I'm liable to go back and, yeah, he's guilty, lock him up. She's guilty, lock him up. I'm not going to stand there and waste my time, waste United States people tax paying dollars trying to free you so you can come. This ain't the Vatican. We don't take child molesters and put them back on the street. We don't send them over to the next temple to work with nobody. We don't work with thieves so they can keep stealing. You gone. So you have to be, we do not accept corruption. Amen. You have to be on your square, on your P's and Q's 24/7. You have to be, Prophet Noble Drew Ali, said, if a person asks, what should you study? Tell them to study themselves. And when they done studying, they come back and say, what should you study? Yourself, study yourself, study yourself, study yourself. It's a lifestyle. We're students until we make it to the next world. And I believe in the next world, we're going to be students again because we're just getting there. We don't know what's there. We don't know how it operates. So you become a student again. I don't believe in heaven and hell. Energy doesn't die. It moves on to the next place. So that's what's going to happen. When we get there, you start over as a student. You start over as an alchemist, as a scientist, learning how to operate within the world. You're born an alchemist in this world. They tell you you're born into sin. Sin is actually the sine wave. In this world, our universe is our university. Still learning. Thank you. So, I mean, once you admit it, let's go on with it. Energy is transferred. Thank you, sir, not destroyed. So when we pass away, that energy is being transferred into the next existence. Heaven and hell is a state of mind. And I love y'all. Y'all popping right now. Y'all talking like Moors. That's what y'all doing. Y'all are talking like our ancestors. I'll take Moors off of that and say y'all are talking like our ancestors now. You're not giving up. You move on. That's how we supposed to be talking. That's how we live. And when the world see us living like that, they get nervous and they have a problem. But now if it's only one or two in a particular area, that's where the problem come in. Because it's only one or two. We got to get everybody thinking and talking like this. See? Once they know, oh, I approached that one and he said, I approached that one and she said, I approached their children and children said the same. Now they know that mental slavery, that spell they had on us, they see it dissipating. They got to treat us a whole lot different. They can't just run up on you and treat you any old way. They have to treat you differently. So since they have to treat you differently, you have to act differently. You have to act accordingly. And this is what we're saying to you. Don't give it up. Don't give it up. Keep trying to move forward. Keep moving forward. Keep moving up. Let the world fall. Let everything fall by the wayside. And now I'll say like Shabaka say, if it don't fit, let it go. If it don't fit, acquit yourself. This is where we're living. I'm trying to give us all the little pieces that we need. Excuse me. So you, as an individual, can take it to another level. So you, as an individual, can feed your family with the information. This is where we're trying to get us. It's not about me. All this talk I do about Caesar, I'm going to tell y'all again. If Caesar is wrong, cut his head off. If Caesar is caught lying, cut his tongue out his mouth. If Caesar is caught stealing, cut his hands off. If I say that about me, I'm talking about everybody else too. If it don't apply, let it fly. See, we know how to do. We all know how to talk and how to be, right? So then let's take some of this. Like Johnny Cochran said at the OJ trial. That's right, brother. But we have to remove the words and the images from our minds and our mouths and our hearts that make us the slaves that we are. Because we're only a slave to the system because we're Black and African American, because we're Latino and Hispanic and everything else. It's the only thing that makes us a slave. Nothing else makes you a slave except those things right there. Technology, man. After 1865, the Reconstruction period, they reconstructed history. They told you was a slave when you was fighting for your rights until 1865. Then people in the South, it wasn't all Caucasians. I'm talking about let them be slaves, keep them slaves. People who look like me and you want to keep us slaves. This whole thing about the racism and separating the races, it is not natural. Their families and our families used to work together, used to be in harmony with each other on the land. And if you go back and look at a video called England Before Rome, and look how the English lived, they're living just like the natives. Our people over here, they were living the same way. They had the huts and the land, and they fished and they hunted and they went hunter-gatherer out in the world to go get food. They were doing the same thing until they got the influence of Rome. And listen to the words. Rome came to civilize them. I don't like the word civilize. Civilized comes with abuse and taxes. Discipline is every individual bettering themselves. So we are looking to discipline us, not civilize us. We don't like that word. That's an ugly word. And you might still hear Moors use it and stuff like that. you know, we all grow at a different level. The only thing I say about that is they stand on our mission is to uplift fallen humanity, do it in love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And we don't use slave terms to describe ourselves or to speak to the world about ourselves or to deal with this system about ourselves. And we aren't inferior. We're not superior, but we're not inferior. And so everything about Black and African American makes you inferior. And Brother Jesse, I did see you said you on that site now. Get down, brother. That's what, see, Jesse, you're going to be a leader, Jesse. You're going to be a leader, Jesse. Once you absorb this into your soul, you're going to be a leader, Jesse. You will soon be a sheik, Jesse. Because you see and you understand and you're not scared to study and know. You said you was running for mayor. I'm going to ask you, I don't want to stop your growth, but don't run for mayor, Jesse, because then you're gonna have to take an oath. They're gonna call you into office, and they're gonna tell you things that you can't come out here and tell us, and they're gonna threaten you and your family for being the mayor, and say if you go back and tell them, we'll take you out, we'll take your family out. And this ain't about being scared to die. It's about let's live, let's exist. Let's do the things that make us exist till we're old men. But signing on with that system, just look at the many people who have been in their system and who have died. The many people who have gone against their system and died. That's just a fact of that. And to me, that's like when you die that way, it's like a wasted death because you were a part of something you didn't have to be a part of because you have your own. You just, nobody explained it to us. Nobody told us. I used to be Black and African American too. I wanted to run for office and I wanted to run a corporation and I was doing it. I was doing it. But I wasn't doing it the way they wanted me to. I wasn't going out. I wasn't being friendly with all their different organizations and trying to fit in. I don't need to do that. I'm going to save my people with what I know. And they didn't like that. I had thugs, straight drug dealers coming into their offices, sitting there counting their money. They didn't like that. I had one brother, as the numbers hit his head, he was designing them. He was adding, subtracting, multiplying, dividing with the numbers. And then before the computer can tell us, the calculator can tell us what the answer was, my boy was telling them what the numbers was, and they were shocked. Well, didn't y'all say some of these drug dealers should be running corporations? I proved that it was right. Some of these drug dealers can run corporations. They can be financiers. But they don't know because the opportunities wasn't really provided for them. Like when you raise a child, you have to give the child the confidence. They weren't given the confidence to go out here and do it. Instead, we got drugs in the community. So a lot of us didn't become attorneys for the rappers and stuff that were coming up because they were too busy trying to abuse them and take control of them. They gave out the drugs and they got everybody with felony records. So now you can't stand up there in the courtroom and defend your boy who might have gotten a little bit of trouble. They want him in worse trouble so they can sit there and say to him, hey, look, we'll make a deal with you. You do this, that, or the other thing. You turn your people in, we'll let you go. Or the police. I realized something the other night watching a TV show. From 97 to 99, the police in New Haven, Connecticut, they had me up against a wall every other week, patting me down. I was laughing at them because I stopped selling drugs. You missed your opportunity to get me. So I'm taking it as a joke, right? And since I know I was selling drugs, I didn't feel any way about it, right? But y'all keep coming every week, and y'all every other week, and you're telling me like, yo, who's this in the neighborhood? I don't know these people in the neighborhood. I didn't hang out in the neighborhood. I lived in the neighborhood. I didn't hang out there. I don't know everybody in the neighborhood. What makes you think I know everybody? They hang on the block every day. I go into an office and go to work, and then I go home to my children. And then I run a youth camp at the end of the day. But they thought I knew everybody and I was down. I realized I was from this show I was watching. When they put me up against that wall, I was supposed to say, well, how much you gonna pay me to give you the information you want? That never even crossed my mind. That never even crossed my mind. I was supposed to ask them for the money. And I never did. I never did, because I wasn't selling out anyone. I wasn't telling on anyone. Your business is your business. And like we had it, the reason why I didn't know anybody is because I knew how to keep myself separate. If that's what y'all do over there, then y'all go over there and do that. I don't do that over here. I don't smoke crack. I don't do heroin, none of that other stuff right there. I'm not using illy, none of that stuff right there, smoking none of that. So them brothers didn't really care for me too much anyway, because I wouldn't get dirty like they would. So we didn't really know each other. We knew each other in passing. They respected me for who I was, and I respected them for who they was. They really respected me for what I was doing and how I was doing. Because if you had a problem in the hood, I handled your problems all the way to the point where if you needed a letter for court, I wrote the letter to court saying you did probation, this, that, not probation, community service. I wrote the letters to the court, and the court let them go when you went down there, before and after I came out of jail. That's the way I carried myself. So they respected me, but I didn't know everybody. The police thought I did. I was supposed to ask the police for a check, and that never occurred to me. I'm watching a TV show, and I was like, oh, is that what that was? It was a game where I was supposed to be Huggy Bear. From Starsky and Hutch. I was supposed to be Huggy Bear. No, I know that, and that's right. I get you the information, boss. Nah, no. And you can even say, I didn't want to have to go home and watch over my back. See what I'm saying? I didn't want to live in fear. I didn't want to have to tell on somebody and then I got to watch my back from them. No, it's easier to mind my business. It's easier to have fun doing right than doing the wrong. And the police didn't get that. So this is their perception of us. What's our perception of us? That's their thought of us. What's our thought of us? And if we don't act out our thoughts of ourselves, then that's where we fail. And if we keep living what they put together, then you're living the figment of somebody else's imagination. That's what you become. You are the figment of their imagination as a Black, as an African American, as a young sister. Do you know how many cops buy our sisters in the streets? Them same, they call them crackheads, dirty, this, that. Do you know how many cops have paid them to sleep with them while they're at work? So you and I will never take pictures of the cop with the sister and then blackmail the cop? What we scared of? Tell that I will turn you in. I saw you with so-and-so. Here goes the picture. What we scared of? You out there doing all this dirt, catch the cops in the dirt. You coming over here taking my money, well then I'm gonna have pictures taken of you taking my money. Then when you're trying to arrest me, I'm gonna show you the pictures. I'm not going to jail. And if I do, you're going with me. And because you're a cop, we're gonna whoop your tail in there. We scared of this. We let them come and take our freedom, take us away from our families. We sound like cowards. We look like cowards. Go sit up in there with a bunch of men, bunch of stinky, dirty men. Everybody sitting around laughing and talking and watching TV. You want people getting up, getting dressed, want to what? Go the big thing. The ice cream. Oh, we're gonna have pizza and ice cream tonight, Nick, brother. We done had pizza and ice cream at my house so many times. That don't excite me. Brothers are going to visits, borrowing each other's clothes, each other's change, putting on oils and stuff from each other's, wearing each other's shoes, making sure their clothes are pressed up. Half of you were drug addicts in the street and you never look so good as you do in jail. It's a shame, man. It's pitiful. We got to grow. We got to come out of it. And how many times have you heard a brother say, what? I could do 2 years standing on my head. I'm a punk. I can't do 30 seconds inside that bad boy. I'm gonna tell y'all right now, 30 seconds, I start getting nervous and stuff. They once I hear that cell go clang, I'm like, whoa, hold up, whole world, I can't get out the door when I want to. That's a problem. But we're comfortable in this existence. In the meantime, one young boy came in and he went to the older brothers and he's talking about, oh, my girl. And they was like, what? Man, your girl mouth full right now. If you know what I'm saying. She out there with somebody else right now, her mouth full. This dude started crying. I had to tell them, and this is my first time in jail. And yo, leave that young man alone. Why y'all picking on him like that? Got him feeling bad about himself while we all sit, because they felt bad about themselves. So they made him feel bad about himself. They also made him feel bad about his girl. And for all we know, his girl could have been a trooper trying to put things together for him. I seen that too. I seen a sister, her man kept going to jail. She went and brought a home for them. And when he came home, he cheated on her and dogged her out. She started looking all rough and stuff like, because of what he did when he came. He didn't deserve her. So eventually she did divorce him. But you know how you women are, how much you put into something when you're really after it and you love somebody. I watched her do this. Come on, we got to do better, y'all. And I bet you every day right now, no matter what he going through, he wish he had done better by that sister. He wish he did. Yes, ma'am.
I just want to say thank you for saying that, because here on this internet, the mean, cruel streets of Facebook and social media platforms of all sorts.
Mute and unmute again. Mute and unmute again.
Can you hear me? It's still choppy now? Okay. I'm thinking it's this device that gives me such a hard time. So at some point,
Shabaka Sangor, EPR,
at some point,
HUOEO, if 74 Kunquako Oniak to Gels from Fragile up to.
What up, Shabaka? You know we on live. You know doggone well we still on. See how you want to be messy? See, this what Shabaka do. Now I answer the phone for, because this is what Shabaka do. It wouldn't be Shabaka if Shabaka wasn't baka. Okay?
Go out and come back in. Go out and come back in, Side Star. I'm mute. Shabaka do that all the time. Shabaka's a good dude. We love him. But Shabaka do that. Shabaka jump in there and he wants to put himself, he has knowledge and wisdom for us. He really does. So I'm not on that man about that. He has knowledge and wisdom. He just has to grow with us. That's all. And as he grows with us, that knowledge and wisdom is going to knock people out, and people will be scared of him and his knowledge and wisdom. I'm going to tell you right now, the people who look at him now and be like, oh, you're just an angry man. You sound angry. They're not going to say that about him no more. They're going to be like, ooh, you're a dangerous man. Because he took all that knowledge and wisdom from his past and caught up to today and what we're speaking. oh, you and Shabaka will realize, oh, I don't even have to carry myself like that no more. I ain't gotta talk about none of that stuff because I got all of this to stand on and back me up. And Shabaka will Shabaka and Brother Paris, and they click and work together. Oh, that's danger. That's danger.
Shabaka is being Shabaka right now. And so he's getting off the phone, but he's still on the phone. Okay. And asking if we on live. And yes, we are on live, Shabaka. See, this what's gonna make you famous right here. You being you. Ain't nothing else gonna make you famous. Only you. Only you have the capacity to make you famous.
Well, sister, when I see you tomorrow, I'll just let you know I know a few people here. You know what I mean?
Okay, then. All right, then.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to do this again. So I gotta use this phone here as the hot spot.
Okay, hot spot.
Okay, so let y'all know I'll be with y'all in a minute.
Okay, well, Shabaka is planning on greeting us with his presence.
Okay, but I need the StreamYard link. If you can inbox me the StreamYard link.
Okay, I'll send it to you.
All right, sister. Okay, see y'all in a few. Okay. All right.
OMG. Okay. So okay, so back to back to what I was saying, and now that I remember, I said I want to say thank you because for saying speaking to the fact that you saw that that Side Star go through what she had gone through and how you saw her willingness to endure, and in that endurance the weight of stress and mental anguish that was left upon her. And I understand that all too well because I have loved like that and I have been hurt like that at the same time. And so it's hard to let go, but at the time, I look, if y'all don't know, this episode 21, I have been married. Might as well say I like to go and say 4 times because my fourth marriage was a common law marriage that was just as real as any other paper marriage, and it was just as devastating at the separation. You know what I'm saying? So it's all the same. So point of the matter is I had built up my tolerance in the beginning was very low because I hadn't been used to anything, nothing like that. I hadn't been around anything like that, as far as being in a relationship and what relationships was really like. And I didn't really know. All I knew was marriage. That's what you were supposed to aim for. And that's what you were supposed to do. Get married and stay married, but anyway, things don't always work like that. And I do understand from my own research and my own experience when it comes to divorce. I understood that first I started reading that a woman couldn't divorce a man, and the woman could not initiate the divorce in the the law in the Bible. But at some point in the Bible, I don't remember exactly, but at some point in the Bible, I received the message that I, being having sound mind, done the right thing, and did not do any wrong in my marriage in that 7-year period, If he doesn't prove himself to be what he said or promised or vowed to be to me, then I had the authority to end the marriage and walk away. My right as a being gave me that. And so I understood that from what I was reading in the Bible. And that's what led me to my first divorce and my second. That's what made me understand that I wasn't going to be condemned of some sort if I divorced for a second time, because I'd already divorced one time under, they were proper pretenses, okay? And so it was necessary. Also, my second was as well. So, all of them were necessary. My third marriage was, I know I'm just getting into it because, we here. So, this is who you're dealing with. And I can only bring myself to the table. I'm not offering or selling anything. I'm just telling my story and I'm sharing my experience. And so while sharing my experience, in hopes of empowering someone who hears this and didn't even know that something like this would be said. And so the fact that Sunstar Elia mentioned how he saw this and how that impacted him as a man says a lot, because what I want to bring mention to is the fact that the most conversation that's being had on these platforms on social media are bashing women or women bashing men, rather than us standing up for what's right. We're family, a cousin, a sister, a brother, a son, a daughter, a mother, a father, a grandmother, grandfather, uncle, or aunt. We forget about those, distant family members. We're all family. We're just at distance because we come from the same thing. So how are we not all related? And we come in all different shades. And we're born in all different climates. So the way our hair grows and the deepness of the melanation, because we're all melanated, is just the deepness, the depth of the melanation. And that just, is what it is. So I just want to say thank you. I really appreciate the attention that you drew to that situation and that circumstance, and the importance of and I heard you earlier as well when you was talking about if you're not able to be there because of distance, you want to put in contact those who are close to handle the situation and give you a report, and you will move if it's absolutely necessary. If you can't handle it and I got to come out there and handle it, it's gonna be that. And so that's how we should be operating. And I want women to feel that way about me, because I done travel to see people. I done travel. If it's that important to me, I'm gonna move. I got to, because that's my mission. Something there is I'm on the way to something. If I'm traveling anywhere, I don't move for nothing. And I don't move just because it's a good idea. Because I think it's a good idea, then I say no, but then the Creator makes a way when it's supposed to be. And I go with that, with an urgency. So learning to trust yourself in situations and circumstances is a part of getting to know yourself. And in order to trust yourself, you have to study. So studying yourself is to know what you even like to eat. Do you like coffee, or do you just drink coffee because gotta have your cup of joe? Do you taste coffee, or is coffee consuming you? I used to drink coffee. I know I was drinking, like, I ain't even gonna lie, about 4 cups of coffee a day. I was just, and then I was warming them up after they get cold. You know what I'm saying? Then having stomach issues behind it. I didn't even realize that, because it had been so many years I had been drinking coffee. And you once you basically you become great at what you practice. So if you are great at having a stomach ache behind drinking coffee, you gonna be good at it. So it ain't gonna bother you. So I tried mushroom coffee. Rise is the first thing I ordered. And those little infomercials and people trying to get you to use their code to buy the Rise, the affiliates, marketing affiliates, they are not lying. Rise is really, really good. It's really good. It changed my life. Rise changed my life. And so my stomach is not all bloated and stuff because of coffee and stuff. I can still drink coffee, but anyway, that's not what we're talking about. But if you haven't tried mushroom coffee, they should give me. They should want me to do a commercial. They should want me. They should want me to advertise for them. You know what I'm saying? Like, let me say, through my journey of breast cancer, I drank mushroom coffee and it changed my life. It changed my life. So, and in real life though. So now I learned where to get it locally. So they have it at certain grocery stores. A nice tasting mushroom coffee. So if you're interested, you know what I'm saying, you don't have to order Rise. If you don't want to do that, you could go to your local market and they may have it. But it's really good for you. And mushroom compounds has been coming up in a lot of conversations. I just found out that one of my best friends from childhood, her son has been diagnosed with some form of lymphoma, some type of cancer. And I don't even like to call their names what they call them. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Something is attacking her son's body. And I didn't know. So I just found out. And so I don't know what that feels like. I know what it feels like to be the one, but to see someone go through it and not know how to help them, especially your child, is, so my heart goes out to her. What does the mushroom coffee taste like? It has a really nice, smooth flavor. It has a coffee flavor. It's mixed with some coffee, but it's like chicory more so than actual coffee beans. And chicory is actually pretty good, and it's good for you. So yeah, it tastes really good. And I like to take it with the almond creamer, the sweet cream. And it's a really nice blend. It's good hot or cold. You just enjoy it. It's really good. I recommend it for anybody to try it. If you like coffee. And my brother, he tried it. He told me so. He was like, "What you making, sis? You making some mushroom coffee?" And I'm like, "I ain't even went back to getting none yet. I'm taking a break right now." So right now I'm focused on tea. So I've been drinking my sea moss tea, and I've added some stuff, molasses, I didn't know that molasses was good. I had some molasses and I didn't know what to do with it, and everything in my soul told me keep that molasses because you can do something with it. And so I kept it for years. It sat in the refrigerator. I said, I ain't doing nothing with this molasses. Let me throw this stuff away. And then I threw it away. We here, and then now all of a sudden I'm finding research on molasses, and what I found it to be good with is iron. Um Mainly that's the main thing I can remember right now is it's good for your iron. And things like that, the nutrients in your body to pull energy to give you energy. And so it's so good and it's working. It's so good that my daughters, see, I make this for them. This is what I get. I have my routine is I get up in the morning and I make when I'm doing things right now. Don't judge me when I don't do it all the way right one day. Now I need a break. So I get up and I make I'm putting some water in the kettle and I get this stuff ready. Sea moss, lime, and some honey. Sea moss, lime, and honey, and then the molasses with the water. And we drink that every morning. That's our morning supplement. And my daughters are like they're expecting it. My oldest this morning, she was like, I just went on ahead and made my own because I couldn't find my cup. Because I didn't make it. So yeah, try that creamer. And no, I don't use sugar. If I do want a sweetener of any sort, I will use agave nectar or honey. And because an agave nectar, you don't really need that much, just and it do the job. And so, and if you just want some kind of like granulated type of sweetness, monk fruit sweetener. Oh my goodness, monk fruit is good. So yeah, I be trying stuff.
Shabaka wants to win.
Oh shoot, Shabaka, I'm finna go, but I can't leave. Hold on. I done forgot all about it and got on here running my mouth, and he done sent the message 13 minutes ago. Lord have
I'll be
mercy.
right back.
Okay, so here we go, Shabaka. And my phone finna die. Copy link. Here we go. I guess I needed to get that out before you came on, Shabaka. Because I already know what you finna do. Ain't you? Ain't you finna do it, Shabaka? Watch. It's all in love. Shabaka Sankore is in the building.
That's right. Yeah, we're working on so crazy computer here because they keep coming up here with all this stupid stuff, new this, buy this, and all this old crazy crap. When you was in Panther Town, I cheated. Did you go through Silicon Valley? Hell yeah.
No, I did not. But I am only really much aware of Silicon Valley because of you, Shabaka. You have had an agenda against their work and things that they're doing. and you've spoken against it. You've done research and you have shared a plethora of knowledge towards that situation to gain awareness on why people should not support it. But people are still doing injections and things, you know, like that. And then, you know, you still got people like me who uh because of an diagnosis or whatever and a change in body structure and things like that, there's things that need to be done to create that image of normalcy. And it's
Right.
I don't like the corruption, but when it comes to a product that has helped uh women, to include
Right.
me, feel not that I needed anything to feel like a woman. So please don't ever get that twisted, because I was beautiful without them, and I could have lived the rest of my life
Well,
without them. Trust
you
me.
still are. You still is, sister.
Right. So I just
Make
wanted
an
to
old
say
man
that.
wish for younger days.
Lord.
You ain't got to worry about me, sis. Mm-mm. You ain't got to worry about me. All I want to do is just make my eventual passing peacefully as possible, you know?
I mean, Shabaka, how long has he been on? How long? I told y'all what he was gonna do. He was gonna come on here and be Shabaka, right? Okay,
What?
so you just now you finna crank it up. Now you finna crank it up. You done brought your death in.
Well,
And
that's
see,
eventual, sister.
you have to no. The crazy part is you have to die before you go into your rhetoric. Every single time you have to die. Now look at the symbolism in that. If you want to really see, I'm an analytical thinker. I think way beyond. I think you say I start diving and going into detective mode. I should be on the case because I got to
Well,
figure
then
this
help me.
out.
Okay, well, help me analyze these quick hits while you're here in Las Vegas, and let's try to get paid.
Who said anything about me being in there?
Who said anything about you being in Las Vegas?
Yes.
Well, that was somebody else. I don't know any Godfathers. It's all lies. Everything they say do this, they say do that. I said, yeah, sure. Why not? But it's all lies.
So
You're not. What, sister?
It just interests me that revelation just came upon me in that very moment, that you have to die, you kill yourself off, you sacrifice yourself before your rhetoric every single time. And I don't know if you even pay attention to the fact that that's what you're doing. And
What's that?
that you kill yourself with your words.
No, I'm just making a statement of facts, and this is why. Now putting all nonsense
Okay, so
aside.
if we already know that that's the cycle of life, then
Right.
you don't have to bring it upon yourself. And just like we're always speaking about the energy and the language that we use and how that energy is carried forward. And it's like, you know, if you rushing to, it's like we're either rushing to death or we're rushing to life. Well, really,
Okay.
we ain't rushing to life because we already have life, but we are at peace with living. because this is an experience. And so through our experience, do you want to have your experience just contemplating, like, thinking about your death instead of enjoying your life?
Okay, well, it is like that. Well, just off the law of biophysics, okay, that we don't know. You're going to reach a certain point where you're going to pass the halfway point. Okay, and to give more validity of what you're saying, let's look at the young people that died 30 and 35 years old. So when they was at 15, 16, 17, they was on the tail end of their life. But
But
that is
they
what
didn't
I
know that, then they sure wasn't living like it.
well, you're right. Okay. And keep in mind, everybody has this appointment that you're going to make, but don't nobody knows the date and time of the appointment.
Absolutely. But what are you leaving behind?
What am I leaving behind?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Hopefully some knowledge. Okay. Hopefully those who are the
Why are you
generations
saying
after
hopefully?
me.
If you already doing the work, then it should be, this is what I'm leaving behind.
Okay, well, then I guess, sister, to affirm what you're saying, this is what I'm leaving behind. Take what is useful, leave what is useless. To quote a Asian man, and I'm not gonna say his name, he transitioned at a young age, and take it and run with it. Take what is useful, leave what is useless, is because I heard you earlier where you was talking about out there about the weapons. Okay, and I mentioned the term Kentucky windage right there, where you half-ass guessing when you find your weapon and you don't have the damn sight lined up. Well, I figure if I move it over the inch this way, it'll go foot that way as opposed to zeroing the goddamn weapon. See, this is why, they got instructors who's supposed to do this. Say, you can do the same thing with a cane. Go get you a piece of ironwood. Okay. And walk down there, which I'm going to be on in a minute. And the reason, and as I'm sure you already know, Elia, the reason why they call it ironwood is because it's from West Africa and it's wood, but it's very, very heavy. So thus, in turn, you got the term ironwood. Okay, so what you do is get creative one day. Just follow the path of the stick. Set your circle 360 around you, and you say to yourself, when you work this little rascal, that's the death zone when fools come up here and try to attack me unprovokedly. You see, because you got idiots out here who think they're all that, glorifying going in and out of jail. And I knew a few of them, and I saw one dude about 35 years old. I must have been about 42, talking to these youngsters, 16, 17 years old, about glorifying going to prison. And I said, okay, you asked that man right there, what did he do for females at that time that he spent in jail? And this dude got mad. You see what I'm saying? Oh, yeah. Well, first place, man, when you're doing 15 years inside the state penitentiary, you don't have access to womanhood. You know what I mean? And I'm sure Elia will agree with me on that.
Well, I mean, anybody in their right mind understand and can agree. You are right. They don't have access unless it's a female guard or something like that. I mean, that happens too.
Okay, but sister, but the point that I make, why would a dude in the prime of his life, 18 to about 32, want to spend up there locked up with a bunch of men?
Well, one, a lot of them grew up in the streets, and all they had was themselves, and there was, the mothers was working, the fathers was on the corners or dead or in jail themselves, and
or drunk.
right on right. So they're used to that gang type of a lifestyle, and that's exactly kind of like what happens when on the inside everybody's separated, and you in your gang or your clique, or you link up to what's common to you.
Right, but
and
at the
uh
same
and
token,
and
in
that's
my
where,
opinion,
but
I'm
I
sorry,
get
go
what
ahead,
you're
finish it.
saying. So I don't even know. But all
Okay.
I'm saying is it's to make sense of why it's easy for people to be in that type of environment is because they're used to the gang affiliations, and
Mm-hmm.
hanging out with the bros over hoes type mindset. Then you
Mm-hmm.
got the fact that a lot of them out here, they don't have anything, they don't have no family supporting them, they always
Right.
gonna get back right into, the same mess that they got out of when they learn is how to operate in jail. It becomes a society that they learn
Mm-hmm.
to operate in, just like being in the military. We had to learn how to be a society within the society, right? We were different when
Mm-hmm.
we were in uniform. And so it's the
Mm-hmm.
same type of a term in the in the prison system, is
Mm-hmm.
the same thing. You not on your schedule, you ain't got to think about nothing, you gonna eat, and you got a place to sleep. And so it's
Yeah.
it's a whole
Yeah.
society. It's a whole society. And so people get used to a certain lifestyle, and however that happens, you know what I'm saying, some people can maintain, and some are easily, convinced of other things, maybe, you know what I'm saying, and it may make more sense than dealing with anything out here, because half these young girls out here, that they put up so much of issues and problems for these young men, is half the reason why they in there.
Well,
Oh,
and you know what? And for what you saying, there were brothers in jail talking about. I was in another state of mind, right, where I was lost. But they were saying, "Well, just think about it. You ain't got to pay no bills." I mean, who pressed about paying bills? Then when I came home and I'm still dealing, people didn't believe I went to the grocery store and spent cash for food. Man, you better get some food stamps. I ain't getting no damn food stamps. What's wrong with you? You using money for food. Why? Is there something else? Food stamps. I'm not going to get no food stamps, man. I need money. I need money to survive, right? So I'm gonna go to the store with money. And how much you spend? $200-300. I got 4 kids at home. They couldn't believe that that's what was going on inside my home. Everybody thought we was using food stamps. Then people would try to sell me food stamps, and I wouldn't even buy their food stamps. Why am I buying food? They gave you that to take care of your children. Why are you trying to get
right.
cash, less cash for you? Like you want to give me $100 in food stamps and you want $50 for it. What kind of sense does
Right.
that make? Oh, drugs. Okay, you want to use
Uh-huh.
this to party with. And so I don't
Mm-hmm.
understand this mentality. But Shabaka, you know this one too. In the
Yeah.
street, brothers say things like doing the crime, going to jail is a hazard of the job. Like if I work
Uh-huh.
in a factory and I got to breathe in the
Right.
smoke, that's a hazard of the job. They figure going to jail is a hazard of the job. That doesn't make any sense to me either. I thought like if
Yep.
we do crime, we're gonna go run from the police and get away. We're gonna go home. I'm not looking at the fact that going to jail is a part of, and if that is, then that don't sound like the plan. Remember when I said you're supposed to interview people for the job? I don't want this
Mm-hmm.
job. I'm done.
Mm-hmm.
You killed it for me.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes, sir, without a doubt. And as I stated, man, I've walked out on many job interviews is because Here I am, 35, and I'm going to have a supervisor 26. You haven't even known, haven't even learned the halfway part of life. I can't listen to you just on that principle. So what did I did? I went out there and created my own job legally. With
Shabaka,
a
that was a weak reason, Shabaka. That was a weak reason. And you took confidence away from a young person who's probably out there suffering right now, thinking about the time that Shabaka wouldn't listen to him at their job. You probably gave that person some type of some type of complex about themselves just because they knew the job better than you. You couldn't listen, Shabaka. You disrespected that young person.
Okay, it's like this here. Oh yeah, okay. I think you said you're about 5-6 years younger than me, right? Okay. And this here applies to you too, Akshita. Okay. All right. Now, all right. Okay, I'm a certain age. Okay, so I cannot go to a 25-year-old who's going to be screaming and yelling at me and telling me what I better do. Now, if he's a proper supervisor, he will say, hey, Shabaka, we do phase 1 like this. We do phase 2 like that. Okay, man, I got phase 1. I got phase 2. So I'm going to go back and check with you to go over your checklist. Okay, am I doing all these phases right? Okay. Well, yes, you are. Okay, you keep on doing that. You know what I'm saying? Now, the youngster, his girlfriend or boyfriend might have cussed him out the night before or whatever. Things didn't go right and natural acts and all that. So they want to come bring this aggression to the job. Well, I'll take it out on my subordinates. Okay. I'm not that type of individual. Now, one thing about me and Akshita will tell you, okay, this is why I always refer to people as sir and ma'am. Okay. So therefore, so if I'm training an individual, which I did, okay, man, do it like this right here. I'm going to show you step by step, just like a boxing trainer shows you how to pump the jab, followed by the right cross, right uppercut, left hook, overhand right. It takes time to do this. So if you're going to supervise, you have to be patient, okay? And I would say if you give them up to 4 times, on the 5th time, it's obvious that they're not listening. They say, the thing is that
Shabaka,
I recognize
you come from a different era. You come from a different era, Shabaka.
I'm old. This is what happens when you get old.
And that doesn't make the ignorance and lack of respect. It doesn't make that right. I believe that when we have, because see, these younger people getting into these management positions and then having elders working under them, they are quite disrespectful because they're like, okay, well, you're older than me, you should be in a better position than I am, but yet I'm younger than you in a better position than you, and then they begin to see themselves. And so it's very similar to the jailhouse thing mentality. They did. No. You remember when the students that at the from the university, they did a study on a live study on, some of the students were prisoners and some of the students were guards, and they saw how the attitudes change with the guards and how they began to feel superior and they're in an authoritative type of a way. And
you're talking about the Stockholm syndrome experiment. Yes, ma'am. You are correct.
Okay. So I don't know if that was the Stockholms.
No, the Stockholm syndrome, from what I understand, and now let me see if I can recall from what's left of my memory.
You know what the Stockholm syndrome? You talk about it all the time. You know what it is when you take when you. So just like black people want to keep calling themselves black, that's the Stockholm syndrome.
Okay, well, Sister Akshita, like I said, over the years, okay, that you and I have been acquainted, and then I think me and El Yah, we've been acquainted about a few years. What's it going on now, El Yah? About 3 years?
If it's been that long, it's been a lot of fun, brother.
Okay, all righty. Okay, but as you know, the Stockholm syndrome is where the captees identify with their captors.
Right.
You see what I mean? Okay, now there'd only probably be about one individual, okay, like the X-Man had said about the field Negro and the house Negro. Hey, brother, check this out, man. Let's escape. Let's run away. Let's get away from these cruel so and so. Oh man, you must be crazy. What's better than what we got here?
Now,
And
where you
this is
get that
why
storyline from?
the minister,
Huh?
yeah, Minister Malcolm X, I saw him speak when I was 2 years old in 1962.
And see,
Yeah.
you was just talking about this. What minister?
Minister Malcolm.
Okay.
I saw him
So
speak
there
in 1962 in Los Angeles, California. And
now
I didn't even know who the heck it was until I asked my mama about 16 years later, before she died. I said, Mama, I got this memory where me, you, and Daddy went to this place and we saw this tall, light-skinned brother with these glasses on. And I don't know what he was saying, but dude was mad. She says that was Malcolm X. So going through the archives of YouTube, I saw he made a speech in Los Angeles, May 2nd, 1962. And I distinctively remember of him standing by a window, and I saw the window right there. And I said, yeah, that's where we was at. You know what I'm saying? Although we were not sitting down in the audience, but if you look at that film, you will see that there's standing room only up there at the top. And I remember looking through the little wood planks where the people were standing up there looking at this dude speak. And I don't know what this man was saying, but the only thing I knew, that dude was mad.
okay.
And he was right about what he was saying. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, was speaking on the again, here we go with language and terms and how we change and how we speak. And so I happened to catch that video, and he was saying something to the reference of what's Shabazz Malik Shabazz.
El Haj Malik El Shabazz.
Yes. Now, if
Yeah,
that was
means
the name,
El Haj means that you took the pilgrimage to Mecca that they put in front of your name. Anytime, from what I understand, if you're a Muslim and if you go to the holy city of Mecca, they put El Haj in front of your name.
Okay. Elyah's shaking his head.
My mother and family have been several times, and they never came back with titles and the references of El Haj. Al Haj is a particular reference that they say, and it is on a lot of the temples and on the books and things that they produce and things of that name. He came back with El Haj, E-L.
Hold on, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Shabaka, how is you saying okay, all right, and he ain't even finished saying he's the
No,
mid
when I
word.
say okay, all right, I'm digesting of what he is saying.
Okay, but then it causes a distortion in what he's saying. So how can you receive the entire message if you're saying okay, and you haven't even heard the complete sentence? So that's I've been wanting to ask you that for a long time now. So I had the opportunity, and I ain't mean to, I did mean to interrupt, but my apologies. I yield.
So he came back as El Haj Malik El Shabazz. And it's not a coincidence that he rocked them L's. While he was there, they told him who he was, that he was a Moor, about the empire of the Moors. And he came back with that information in his head. So even when people say him and Martin Luther King didn't talk. Let's say they didn't. They sent each other a message. They sent underground. They sent each other a message. That's why Martin Luther King knew to say, I led my people into a burning house. This is our land. He knew to say that because El Hajj Malik sent him that message. But the question is, see, you present yourself as Shabaka Sankour. Now, I'm quite sure, or I'm thinking that if we go back to your mother and say, what's your son's name? And I don't want to know, but she is not going to say Shabaka. She's going to say the name that she gave you. We call you Shabaka out of respect because that's what you want. That man died, El Hajj Malik El Shabazz. Why keep dragging him back to Malcolm X? That's the meaning of what I was saying of respect. If we respect how he passed away, we see clearly who we are. But if we keep saying Malcolm X, then we keep tying him to something that even he walked away from. He walked away from Elijah Muhammad and them teachings. He said, I'm not with that program anymore. I'm teaching you something different. So why would we keep ourselves tying that man back to something that he walked away from? It's disrespectful to his legacy for what he was producing and what he was putting on the land. And that's the part that Star actually is speaking to.
He went through phases, and with me being off in my twilight years, I see over the life force you go through phases. Now here's a man who was a dope fiend, a dope pusher, a burglar, a pimp, a straight criminal. That's why they called him Detroit Red in the streets of Harlem. Then when he got out of prison and he went to Chicago, he quit smoking, he quit doing dope, he quit pandering, you know what I'm saying? And he projected a very, very positive image. Now, another individual who did this, that had his downfall that I was sorry to see, and I just want to say is coming up on the 50th anniversary of when this man regained the heavyweight crown in Zaire that was wrongfully taken from him, He fell from grace too, But do we look at the person's positive contributions to the world? Do we look at his negative aspects? Because everybody, El Sheeta says she getting tired. Am I born you, El Sheeta? She started to nod her head and said, yeah. Like, man, will you shut up?
No, it's not that you're not. It's not that you're boring me. It's just you came on late, and we usually do be on here rocking it out for 4, 5, 6 hours.
I see you guys at
we done made it to 6 hours. And
so all right,
and it wasn't not a boring second. So but tonight though, I have to go to bed because I do have to travel early tomorrow. And so we had talked about that earlier. You missed that part. Of the show. And so but no, by all means, if y'all are still carrying on, then carry on, because the conversation, if it's not over, it's not over. I just have to exit here shortly, and I don't want to exit in the middle of you speaking as if you're the reason why
I ain't gonna take long.
So I'm
can you hang for about 10 minutes?
I got you.
To quote the words of the infamous Joe Frazier, the Eddie Futch in Manila.
15 minutes right there. That's then it's gonna be another
just
30
one more round, boss.
I'm just messing with you. I'm just playing. Go ahead, my bad. I'm just messing with you.
All right, but what it is though, as Bruce Lee had said, and I think I commented, on the phone with you, Elia, before the phone got to messing up. Bruce Lee said, in any given situation, take what is useful, leave what is useless. And keep in mind, this young man was only 32 years old when he died, and he had a lot of knowledge and wisdom to be such a young man. And as you know, he was born in San Francisco in 1940. He grew up in Hong Kong, and I'd imagine that's where he learned his arts at, in Hong Kong. Then he returned back to San Francisco about 1962, I think. And then he had put on demonstrations with his skills down in Long Beach. And then he had got noticed by some movie producers in LA, because Long Beach is just outside of LA.
How do you know so much about this man, Shabaka? I'm sorry. How do you know so much about him?
He's telling the truth, but he's giving us a history about something that I'm trying to understand where it all fits in.
Okay. Going back to tradition is the first step forward with the concept of Sankofa. Okay. So Elia is doing this with the Moorish sciences, rather if he realized it or not, but I'm quite sure the brother does realize it, you see. And then when you drop such knowledge, okay, and keep in mind, I'm not the brightest sucker out there. Actually, I'm perhaps one of the most ignorant people you want to come across. Ignorant Shabaka, meaning as in lacking out.
Shabaka, how you throw a gut punch and then you spin around and then you talk about yourself so nobody pay attention to the gut punch. It's like,
all right, okay, let me get with the sting like a bee combination. Okay, here comes the triple jab. Okay, knowledge is important. Okay, knowledge is important.
You got to know how to talk sports in order to have to really get through. Because especially boxing with you, Shabaka, if you don't know the sport of boxing, you can just go ahead and don't even enter the ring with Shabaka. Okay. Because he's boxing. He's a verbal boxer now.
Okay, no, but what I'm just saying is, though, Sister Akshita, there are certain laws and principles that must be followed. Okay, because if certain laws and principles are not followed, then there's no reality. Okay, like 1 + 1 = 2, not 3.
Okay, so.
Not 1.
No, it does equal 3. 1 + 1 = 3.
It really does.
1 + 1 = 3.
Yes.
Doesn't it?
One man, a child. 1 + 1.
We'll see. Okay, now you see what Elia just did right there? He rolled and he came inside with the left hook. Okay. Now I understand his reasoning, because only man and woman, a union between man and woman, can only create offspring or the child.
Don't you go there, Shabaka. Okay.
What?
So the whole point was.
Am I telegraphing?
He's still talking in boxing terms. He asked you as a telegraphing. He took that one deep. He said, "Am I opened up? Am I showing what I'm doing? Am I moving wrong?" Shabaka.
Yeah. Okay,
I'm just curious though. I'm just curious because you say you say the right things, right? In the midst of communication, it's like your understanding of certain ways and behavior is there, but the resistance comes when when that information that you just said will cause you to have to change something, and to be so comfortable where you are, to where change is like the worst thing you could do, because when you change, you're now moving in uncharted territory, and you don't have rank there, and so a lot of people want to keep their rank where they are.
Good analogy.
And so they don't want to lose that and be underneath, but it's not I'm bigger than you, or you're smaller than me, or I'm smaller than you, you're bigger than me type deal. we're all equally working on self for the betterment of the collective whole. And
Okay,
the more, so yeah.
okay, now to prove your point even further, Akshita.
How
Okay,
you gonna prove my
let's
point even further? And you still calling yourself Black and African American, Shabaka?
okay, it's because in the era that I've came up in, every time that I've got illegally stopped by the Los Angeles Police Department, give me your driver's license. Here, man. It says
You
there,
were black that you were illegally stopped. It's because you, when they pulled up behind your car and they read off the
yep,
thing in the car and they was like, yeah, they said, oh, that's a black
right,
man. That's an African American.
right.
Get him. That's a black man. Get him. But if you didn't have black on your title, they wouldn't have pulled you over. They have to let you go if you live by your laws.
You know, yeah, there was a brother that I saw in Pittsburgh that got pulled over by the Pittsburgh police. This was about 7 or 8 years ago. And he pulled out his Moorish flag. And they had all the cops right there. And he told them, excuse the language, or what he had. He says, you all can kiss my ass. And he drove off. He identified himself as a Moor. And do you know that not one police officer went after that man?
I'm trying to tell you.
He said,
now there's another
yeah,
guy.
Yeah.
There's another brother who got out of jail just to show you both sides. You saw that side, right? And that brother presented himself correctly. Now there's another brother who came out of jail with a card, with a Moorish card talking about he was a prisoner of war. He pulled it out in front of the police and got shot.
Oh my God.
So
that's knowledge they don't want us to have.
Well, it's a combination of knowledge for all of us, because if we operate wrong, the police are still going to jump on us. And so his card saying that he was a prisoner of war. If you're a prisoner of war and I see you free, you escape somewhere. What you doing? And since what war are you in on this land? Bow. I got to get rid of the enemy. You at war with who? So they got rid of the enemy. He was walking around with the wrong type of ID in his pocket. So I'm saying that to you because now you see both extremes with being a Moor. I'm not trying to pretend like or say like just being a Moor. No, it's the way you carry yourself in being who you say you are. It's what your documents saying, it's what you do. So all the problems that we talk about from the past come from being Black and African American. And we're saying to you today, if you stop being Black and African American, you're going to have less problems on one end. But guess what? Because we all standing up in our nation now, we might even get worse problems. But it'll be on a national level, not on being their property level. So it'll get handled differently according to international law. Now you can talk about reparations because you're showing nationality. Other than that, you being their property and asking for reparations, you ain't getting jack. This is the part that we're trying to show and trying to get inside of everybody's head and everybody's heart to see that difference. It's a very big difference that we're trying to show you. And people just want to wave it off and say things like, well, take what you need, and if it don't fit, let it go. Well, the part you're letting go is the part that'll save you.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, that's why we created the hashtag resurrection of the mental dead. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
because
sir.
you got a whole lot of brain dead. Yeah, you got a whole lot of brain dead individuals out here. You know what I mean? And Sister Akshita will tell you on the podcast that I've been called every this, every that. I used to sit up there and argue with idiots. Then something hit me where it says, I got a delete button right here. And we had to shut Sarge down a couple of times. Akshita, you know, Sarge is Sarge, you know. And
Sarge is cool, man. Brother got Sarge be talking shit. Sarge about the law, and you don't want to hear the law. That's where
What is
you and Sarge break down. You need to listen to Sarge about the law, man. He's all he's doing is telling you law. And if you focus more on law, you'll get more of them problems that you had in the past. You'll get rid of them because all of our states have these particular laws that they all write out. And my brain is flip-flopping on them right now, but they have these particular laws where the police are allowed to abuse the property, and the property is Black and African American people. Under these laws, they are told how to handle you in an aggressive manner just because of who you say you are. And so if you keep presenting yourself like that to the police, they're going to keep abusing you because they were told to.
Keep in mind, okay, you're right, yeah, particularly in Los Angeles. Now, keep in mind, though, about this here is that, okay, when the brother in Pittsburgh, drove off, they didn't pursue him, right? Okay. And then what I was trying to tell Sarge is just check out the certain way that the LAPD does things. Now, the thing is that the police, what the term police means is policy enforcer. He's enforcing a policy. The only duly elected law enforcement official would be the sheriff. It is because the sheriff is elected. Police chiefs are appointed, generally by the chief executive of a municipality, which would be the mayor. But then you got to look at each city's city charter that delegates these authorities, because in the city of LA, the mayor is just a figurehead. The only thing Karen Bass is good for.
Nobody's arguing that point because that is what it is. The point that you're not getting, that's not seeping in, or you're not receiving, you're not accepting of, is the fact that the only way they can operate it that way with you is if you agree to the terms. You must subject yourself. You must subject yourself to the terms, and those terms are all defined in race categories: Black and African American. You don't see them doing this to any other culture or ethnicity or race of people. And other ethnicities have a nation that they can answer to, which they have immunity from the United States government, and their nation will speak for them on their behalf. But if you notice, some people still end up stuck in the prison system because their people, their nation, won't speak for them, because just like Elia stated earlier, we're not, or have we agreed earlier, we're not accepting corruption. We're not going for that. So in order to even come over here and not be a part of the corruption, you can't be the subject of the corruption over here. Because you're calling attention. They can come and get you.
Oh yeah, every night that I go to sleep, I expect my door to get kicked in.
What? Oh my gosh, Shabaka, why are you expecting your door to get kicked in? What are you doing? Are you telling? I mean, not to. I ain't even gonna ask you nothing like that. But my point is, what are you doing that would make them come kick your door in?
Speaking against the popular version of what is true.
Okay, everybody has an opinion, and people are syndicate radio with opinions.
No, and now, listen, Shabbat, because you're Black and African American, yeah, you should worry about kicking your door in, speaking your mind. You know why? Because you don't have a mind of your own. Your mind belongs to them. By law, you signed a contract to be Black and African American. Now you got to play the Black and African American game. That means whatever we want to do to you, we could do. And you already signed the contract and agreed to it.
Okay, but there was a young man, 24 years old, in Oakland, California. that started an organization, and I'm not going to say their name, okay? And what they did was they had the quote unquote constitutional right to defend themselves, okay? So when they had exercised these rights, okay, they got labeled public enemy number one, okay, by the feds. Then
The
in the
name,
great state of
the issue,
California,
the problem was in the name itself. They was the Black Panthers.
you damn right. You know what I'm saying? Okay.
So then they
And
had
then,
no rights, Shabaka.
okay, but oh yeah, it was the symbol that they had of that black cat, okay, called the panther, which is a defensive fighter. And a panther will annihilate its enemy when it's aggressed, absolutely, completely, and unconditionally.
But
This is why,
outside of the abilities of the Black Panther, the panther being the noun, the black being the adjective, which describes the noun.
oh, that's what that means, adjective.
Compared to another species, a human being who calls themselves black with nothing else attached to it.
But sister, I'm going to tell you something.
I'm saying, there's no knock or no diss on the work that the Black Panthers and those women Panthers did. I give them honor and respect for the work that they did, because they stood up. They stood up in communities that were not being properly secured or policed. So they began to police and secure their communities and feed the people.
That they did.
That was what was necessary. It was still the gang mentality. That's what gang members are supposed to be in the mindset of doing. But even the gangs have been corrupted and put to war by inside influence, but it's infiltration.
Exactly. That's what people's counterintelligence program.
Where the ideas of all these gangs come from? They would rather gang up than tribe up.
Mm-hmm. Or nation up.
Or nation up. And you said that.
And that's
okay.
That's the flaw.
No, say that again. Oh, that's
the flaw, that you won't nation up. You keep operating. Listen, here's where I messed up, Shabaka. In 98, 99, before because I told you I used to operate as a black African American. I was going to run for office. I was running a business. I was looking to run a big multi-corporation. But the operations that I was running and securing my people was going against the system. And it was going against the system in such a way where we didn't need their assistance in order to survive. As a black man and an African American man, you don't have that right to do that. You're operating against the law because you signed a contract saying you was black and African American. Now you got to act like one. That means you a child. You a ward of the state. How dare you step out of your place when you in daddy's house, mommy's house, and now you think you a man or a woman and you gonna stand up? That's what a black person is, a child in their house. And you're trying to stand up in their house as a child and tell them what you're going to do. You can't do it. They own you. You're still a slave as long as you operate under those parameters. You are still a slave. You can't ask for rights.
Okay, answer me this here. Oh, yeah. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, answer me this. Okay, then why do these 6 o'clock Barbie doll bimbos try to have the attributes of the so-called black women?
That has nothing to do with you not having to do rights. That's some aesthetic stuff you're talking about. See, I'm talking about the dirt. I'm talking about the dirt that's inside the house, and you're talking about the plants outside the house. There's dirt inside the house to remove. No sense in talking about the plants outside until we get the dirt inside removed. The dirt inside the house is Black and African American terms used for us as people.
Okay, now let me ask you this. Okay, what would cleanse this dirt?
For you to recognize that your ancestors, your grandmother and them, told you that you came from a certain, what they call an Indian nation, an Indian tribe. For you to recognize.
No, my ancestors never told me that.
Say that again?
My ancestors never told me that.
If I knew the name your family had at birth, I can help you figure that out. And I'm not asking you to give me that in public. That's something we could do private. And then I can help you. I can help you figure that out of where your whole family is from. And don't be shocked if your family, like if your last name was Williams, Jones, Smith, or something like that. Guess what? Your family was probably the English family that came over here and enslaved my family. And that's where slavery started. With your skin color. Don't go into white people.
Okay, let me explain something. Okay. First place, man, I don't recognize the name of the slave trader that owned my family. Now, funny you should say this, yeah, because believe it or not, my older cousin is doing our family tree. Okay, believe it or not. Okay. Now, Sarge and I got to arguing about this dude named what's this cat's name? Oh shit. Skip Gates. Okay. So Sarge is gonna try to tell me when I told him that Skip Gates was doing his family tree. And I noticed that Skip Gates was mainly placing the emphasis on the slave traders that owned his family as opposed to his own identity. And me and Sarge went back and forth, and I just said, fuck it, Sarge, you know, I'm tired. I got to go back to the corner and rehydrate. You know what I mean? And we should not be ashamed to say of the ancient empires we came from, Mali, Zazal, wait a minute. Yeah, Zazal, Kemet, and
England, France, Germany.
No.
Yeah, our people are from here. Our people are from these places.
Them ain't our people, Elia. Those
listen, I'm telling you they are. Shabaka, you don't know the history, Shabaka, and I'm telling you they are. I'm telling you, you could Google it for yourself and you could find Greeks that they call Black Greeks. You could find Romans that they call Black Romans. Constantine was one of us. The first Pope was one of us. Sylvester, he was one of us. You can look this up and see it for yourself. You just don't want to know.
Sir, I've already done it to a point. Now, the barbarian. Alexander the Barbarian, okay? They call this dude a great conqueror. This son of a bitch was a practicing homosexual and a pedophile. It's because when you go look at some of these statues and artifacts, you will see that, okay? Do you know in Alkebulan, that I'm gonna call it, you know, for the sake of our conversation, they had great taboos against that because great emphasis was placed on the procreation of life, and that there only happens between the union of man and woman.
1 + 1 = 3. Shabaka, the medicine people in those communities were the gay people. Those were the homosexuals in those communities, the medicine people.
Okay, and which communities are you speaking of?
I'm speaking of when you talk about Akabulan and the tribes, the nations that live there. They, in the history of it all, they always talk about the medicine doctors and stuff like that. Those people were gay. That's why they always lived off to the side by themselves. They were gay. So everything that we want to keep trying to separate ourselves from the rest of we got the same myths in our people that their people have. We have to stop this superiority thing in this particular manner of we didn't engage. Our people did engage in that animal type.
Sir, off the research that I've done, sir, not doubting your wisdom, Elia, but off the research that I've done over the years, man, okay, it was extremely taboo with that. What they would do with individuals like that on the so-called continent of Africa, okay, is that they would send them off to themselves, is because they had some supreme or severe methods of dealing with that. Oh,
but isn't that what I just said? Isn't that what I just said?
Send them off to themselves.
Isn't that what I just said? The witch doctors were made to go live by themselves. The witch doctors, the medicine men were made to go live by themselves because of their homosexuality. I just said that to you.
Okay, sir. And where are you getting this information from? And what is the source of said information?
This is traveled down information from the different nations and tribes of the people. Now, you want a particular book that says it? Listen, you want a particular, the Zulu, the Swahili, the Malis. Go check anybody who says that they had a witch doctor or one of them doctors like that. Those were the gay people. Anybody who says they had a witch doctor, any of them nations that say witch doctor, we're talking about gay people. That's like a code word for gay people. And they sent them all to live off by themselves. Anywhere where you see that was gay people in our communities, in our world. And we sent them to live by themselves.
That does make a lot of sense and why. It does make a lot of sense to why the Pride Parade and all those things, and I'm coming out and all those things like that, and why, people wouldn't, outwardly say or express that that's what they preferred, because they knew they would be shunned in such a way. And so they began to cover it up and hide those things, and so they blame a lot of a lot of that.
Let me tell you something.
What?
One of them individuals approached me in Oakland, California. Okay, I said, sir, you have your human rights, you have your civil rights. Okay, but if you want to go up there and participate in that activity, that's your business. But do not come to me with it. And I really do not know. Okay, hold on. Please let me finish, Elia. I just got 2 more sentences. Okay, I said, I don't know what image that I projected to you that made you feel that it was appropriate to disrespect me in that manner.
Okay. Now,
Elia, next question is, why do these gay people always want to press up on heterosexual people or so-called straight people?
Now, I can't answer that question for you because that's a mentality of a gay person, right? I don't know what their mentality is. I am saying though, in the study of in the knowledge of, we're not going to act like our people were so great this savage type thing. They did. We're going to accept that and move on with it. Because once we accept it, what we're really talking about is how to get back to ourselves as a nation of people. Focusing on gay people and this, that, and that, none of that brings us back into the fold of international families to be a nation and to govern ourselves. See, we don't have to accept anything. We don't have to accept anything that we don't want to accept in our government. And we can say, like I said, I don't mind gay women. When it comes to gay men, I don't have nothing. Don't come around me with that. But I like gay women because I'll go make babies with both of them. We're all 3 of us will be in one relationship. All 3 of us. So see that's solid right there. But when it comes to gay men, they don't need to be none. And if they want to be gay, I'll help them be gay. But that's only so I can have more women than me. And now that's selfish and stingy,
Okay,
but I will help them. I'll give
okay,
them I'll give them a whole land to themselves just so I can have more women to myself. So
okay,
see, I'm not
now it's good. That is sound reasoning. I will agree with that. You see what I'm saying? Okay. But ain't no fucking man gonna come up to me with the crack of his nasty ass telling me, oh, this is a woman's womb. Man, I will slice your fucking throat.
You're taking it someplace we don't have to discuss. We don't have to go into that right here. What we are talking about is the individual you. Anything outside of you doesn't need to be discussed. We are trying to assist Shabaka in getting to the next level. All that other stuff right there is secondary, third, fourth. It's not primary. Shabaka is primary. Shabaka's condition is primary.
Okay, now let me ask you this. Okay. Now, from your knowledge, y'all, and Sister Akshita, you know, she's an old soul too, because she has a lot of knowledge and what have you. Not saying that you old, Akshita, but I'm just talking about with knowledge and wisdom. What? Your mic is off, ma'am. I couldn't hear you.
I didn't say anything. I just saluted because
Oh,
we all good. Everything's good.
okay. All right. Okay. But what it is, though, I get on a damn bus. You're going to love this, y'all. Okay. Our people were all over the planet. Okay, Empress Bay, you'll get no argument from me because, you know, we did circumnavigate the globe many, many moons ago. Okay. Before a drunken savage by the name of Columbus. Okay. But I get on a bus in Sacramento. And I'm asking this dude, you know, for directions because, you know, I know very little of Sacramento. So this man with a 5 o'clock shadow, with lipstick on, mascara, and nail polish. I said, excuse me, sir, could you tell me how I can get to the California state capitol? Because I think I wanted to go out there and cuss out my assemblyman. Yeah. The first thing this trick says to me, I'm a woman. And I look at dude, and after he told me where to get off, I says, okay, man, thank you. Now, in the long run,
you said you was on a bus?
Okay, hold on,
But you said you was on a bus. Was the person who asked the bus driver?
Yes, this was the bus driver.
Dressed like that?
Yes, sir. He had on mascara, lipstick, fingernail polish, and he had on a Sacramento Transit Authority uniform. Okay. So he's gonna say that here's a woman, and I says, thank you, have a good day. And the first thing that comes through my mind is this. Okay, first place, I feel sorry for this man for not going out there discovering the joys of women, as you had emphasized there. Oh, yeah, which I agree with you. Hey, that's more women for me. Although at this age, I can't do nothing like I used to with them when I was like in my 20s and stuff like that, and 30s, you know, but that's in the past. They're saying. So I would agree with your reasoning on that. But however, though, y'all, putting all BS aside, I really, deep down inside, as I think about it, I feel sorry for that dude. Because a lot of these individuals had been violated themselves. You know what I mean? In their youth.
Agreed.
So really in the long run, I feel sorry for him. Just like as Paris was talking about, I don't think he was on that show we did, Akshita, but where they was talking about the buck breaking farms on the plantation system, and also too what they would call the it was mainly done in Jamaica, where they would call them the breeding farms. Okay, you had to get with Paris on that one. He has more detailed knowledge on it than I do. But the only thing I could say is in the twilight years of my life, okay, because I'm getting ready to get off of here because I got to get ready for early in the morning, as like what Bruce Lee said, who was a wise man. Any notations or statements that I made, take what is useful, leave what is useless. Well, that's the best I could do.
Well, we appreciate you tuning in, brother. It's all peace and love.
It is,
Yeah.
and I'm curious as to you always using that quote. So what is useful and what is not useful from this conversation here tonight? I mean, because since you always use it, like was there anything useful in this communication tonight that you
Oh
would
yeah, it's
want
always
to
something.
mention?
It's always something useful. Just seeing y'all
What's that
here
exactly though?
above
What is
there,
that exactly? I'm
that's
curious
useful.
to know.
Oh, okay,
What's
well,
you?
the exchange of
What's? Mhm.
okay, exchange of information. All these notes that I got right here that I jot down from this, because I got you ought to see this cracker box apartment. I got so many notes stacked around here. It's pathetic. You know, it's pathetic. You see what I mean? Because my memory don't work as good as it used to.
So that's like saying you have a whole bunch of notes you're not using.
Uh-huh. Say that again. What do you say?
That's like saying you have a whole bunch of notes that you're not using.
Oh no, I do use them, yeah. I do use them. I do use them. Okay. All right. So if y'all are gonna be up in the AM, get with us on Shabak's Black Experience because we got a guest host tomorrow morning who's gonna be dropping knowledge about how they're using soy to effeminize black men. So that ought to be
Are
kind of
you
interesting.
effeminate men or just so-called black men?
Okay, the so-called black men. So the guest host, she's got her knowledge, and as we always do, we're gonna start putting up the disclaimer like they do universally on the media platforms that hey, the guest host, speaks for themselves. Their comments do not exactly reflect the management of this podcast, but that's only a formality. And then I want to see how many people gonna call her tomorrow, call me all kind of this, call me all kind of that. Who knows? Maybe Sarge might show up for duty tomorrow. Because him and Dynamite, they really got off into it. That we almost was turning it into a comedy. Yeah. And then also too, I have Dr. Christina Parks, who was in the process of doing some studies on various ailments, So I reached out to her and what have you. Okay, so I'm going to bid you all a good night from Sin City. So I see y'all in a few hours. All right.
All right, Shabaka. Thanks for coming on. Much love, much respect. All
right. Okay. Thank you for having me. All right, y'all have a nice night. Okay.
Okay. I have 2:12. So what time you got? 11:12?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So, we still did 4 hours. It's still good. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, man.
And I can still go, but I know my eyes are getting heavy. I'm tired.
Yes.
I gotta make sure these girls got their stuff because when it's time, and I'm be ready. So
okay. I understand. So, people, we love y'all. Thank you for being here.
Yes,
We'll be back next week. She wrote to each their own. And this is how we do it in the end.
Welcome to a new wave of thinking. You're here with Akshita Veda L and El Yagar.
the empire of Nubia. Get ready to open your mind, sit back and unwind to take in the discussion, to prepare us to win. We are sovereign, we are law. We coming with concepts here that are fundamental building blocks, focusing on principles, thoughts, and beliefs. We're here to shake you up, to wake you up. Islamism. The masses are suffering with temporary mental illness of cognitive dissonance. Open up your mind. We are speaking from experience. It's various perceptions while we maintain effective communication in the lines of respect. Our thoughts become connected through human cognition, which is the process of acquiring new information and understanding based on personal experience and relatable topics of discussion. We are the currency of the know, knowledge, wisdom through love, bringing peace, justice, and truth as we gain freedom, freedom in the mind. Open up your mind. Freedom of the mind. It's divine. To be one in unity, togetherness, you and me. We become we, and we are the change that we want to see. It is our time now, so come and get ready as we bring a new wave of thinking. It's a new wave of thinking. New wave of thinking. Welcome to a new wave of thinking. You're here with